What is this? Welling up inside me. I've never felt like this before. It's a sort of conviction to break down all the lies and deception. Oh, it's so intense. Almost rage-like. And more than anything else, it's an animalistic desire to take down my prey. Objection! I will become a lawyer. I have to.
Susato Mikotoba, judicial assistant to the defense.
I'm determined to bring about change in our legal system.
It would seem the truth is now tantalizingly close.
Susie was right. You're the best lawyer in the world.
The Nipponese are a truly fascinating breed.
Well, what do you think about that? I decided to make a little small video just to celebrate that this is finally the final episode of the Great Ace Attorney Adventures, the first game of this duology. And to be honest, I actually had a lot of fun making this video. I'm happy to know that even if I have not had that many fans, I had some of them, and you have enjoyed this game as much as I have. We're finally at the end, and this time, we're finishing this game. According to what I have been seeing other players do, I don't know exactly what's the ending, but I know that there's at least like 4 hours approximately of story left. In the last episode, the box arrived. We did realize that if something was moved in the crime scene, was a box that most likely was from Mr. McGilda. But what is in this box, we don't know. But according to this, Mr. Ashley Grayson, or Edgar Bennett if you're gonna call it like that, he says that he doesn't have anything to do with this crime anymore, and we don't believe him. We just do not believe him. So, well, this is the end of the game. This is actually the first time that I'm gonna finish a Let's Play completely on my own. I hope that you enjoy this last trip. And from that, I don't know when I'm gonna start the second one. I'm pretty sure that I'm not gonna be as in a hurry to start it anymore, because I already had started the first game and was starting the second one. I mean, sorry, when I was starting the next cases, I'm actually more excited and more sentimental about this than I thought that I would be. Anyway, without further ado, I think that we have to continue this final case. You ready? I am. So this is the article in question, is it? The small box deposited with the pawnbroker by Mr. McGilda 2 months ago. And on the night of the Mr. Windibank's murder, the only item on... Oops, there it is. The only item on the shelves that was touched by whoever broke into the shop. Yeah, excuse me. Whoops! I actually read everything as the judge. And on the night of Mr. Windibank's murder, the only item on the shelves that was touched by whoever broke into the shop. and see what's inside! There's not gonna be anything, right? What? Good gracious! This is no ordinary box, it seems! It looks more like the music player. Wow! Although in truth I had an inkling that might be the case. It would appear that the box houses a miniature music box movement. Is it too much to expect? I think it would be reasonable to assume that it is a device for the playback of this disc, my lord. So... Oh, whoops. Microphone, are you working correctly? Testing. Testing. Oops. We need to... Yeah, it is working. So here we have the means to play back Mr. McGilder's disc, deposited at 20 bucks at much the same time. Not strictly correct, my lord. It was not Mick McGilder's disc. It was the disc of his victim and the omnibuses. But why, for heaven's sake? Are we to understand that the brickmaker was trying to sell this music box disc to Mr. McGilder? I believe the answer will become clear if we listen to the music on the disc, my lord. Yes. Very well. Let the choral now listen to the curious disc at last.
Hold it!
Wait, my lord! Good grief, what is the meaning of this, Inspector? The music book and the disc are, well, they're unrelated to the case. No, Nathan. Don't spoil the somber atmosphere in the car room with some silly Beatle music.
Objection!
No. The disc may very well have motivated the culprit in this case, to commit murder. Clearly, there's every chance that it's fundamentally important to understanding what happened. The prosecution has no objection. But no! That piece of evidence is police property now! You can't... Clearly, Scotland Yard has some vested interest here. But it is policy of this prosecutor to leave no avenues unexplored. And you, Inspector, have no jurisdiction here to prevent that from happening. No further delays, please. Play the disc! There's something here. Is this Morse code? Isn't it? Because this is not music. What on earth? That's certainly not what I would call music. No. It's just the same note playing over and over again in an irregular sequence. Mr. Graydon? This is really priceless. After all that, the music box is broken. Broken? It can be, can it? Well, obviously. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if the officer sent to fetch it didn't drop it in the way back to the courtroom. Well, with much regret, I feel the court must... Are you ready to move on, counsel? Come on! Yes, alright. It does sound as though it's completely broken, but... is it? Could this music emanating from the music box possibly be a new clue? It could be a clue. and I'm pretty sure I know what it is. I believe that it could be relevant, my lord. Good lord, but how can that be? It's an abomination, Council, mere noise. I fail to see how it can have any meaning whatsoever. It does sound strange, I agree, but there's one thing bothering me. While Graydon stands there chortled victoriously, the inspector beside him has a rather telling expression on his face. It's as if Gregson recognizes the sound, as if he's familiar with it somehow. And that's making him appear extremely on edge. If that's the stance of the defense, my Nipponese friend, answer me this. Oh? It's Morse code. It's definitely Morse code. Just what relevance do you propose this waffle chiming has on this case? Is the defense belief that the sound emanating from this music box is not supposed to be music? Just because this is a music box, it doesn't necessarily mean the sounds we're hearing are music. Look at that! The smile vanished from Graydon's lips as soon as I said it. I'm on the right lines here. I must be.
I cannot choose based on how people react to what you say. You're acting just like her, Luna.
Objection!
The sounds we're hearing aren't necessarily music. Well, now that you've told us what they are not, I'm sure the car would like to hear what they are. To enlighten us, my Nipponese friend. Well, surely you have an idea in mind? Because if not, it will be death of your ill-formed argument. Exactly. The music box is clearly broken. Refusing to accept that a fact is pure foolishness. They got me. I don't know what the answer is yet.
Luna? I've just examined the music box very thoroughly. And I'm fairly certain that it's not broken at all.
Really?
Really? The way it's been made, it can only produce a single note anyway.
Thank you, Iris. Juror number 5 is going to react. Alright, well, if the music box isn't broken, it must mean that the sounds it's producing have some significance that isn't musical. Could it be? Is that what the sounds are?
Something just struck me, Luna. I feel like recently, in the past few hours even, I've heard another sound very much like the one this music box makes.
Juror number 5. Yes, it's a familiar sound. Actually, Iris, I was just thinking exactly the same thing. I'm going to have to press the defense for an answer. If your assertion is that the sound produced by this music box is in fact not music at all, then what the devil is it, Counsel? All the evidence we've seen so far, all the testimony we've heard, it's all pointed to one single answer now. The prosecution demands that my learned Nipponese friend presents proof now. Tangible proof of this latest wild speculation. Alright then, this could be the best chance I'm going to get to fight back in this trial. And if I'm right, it's going to join all the dots together. The evidence that explains the true nature of the sounds of this music box is... Okay, what mentions... Morse code? What mentions Morse code? Oh. Goodness me. I wonder if just presenting this is going to be enough.
Take that!
Today's paper, Council. It works. The headline is Pawnbroker Purchase and Pick Purse Plunder. Are those a part of your cause? No, my lord. I was hoping you'd look a little further down the page. Further down? Ministry Mall. Classified secrets may have been leaked overseas from Ministry of Justice. Yes, this is a very serious matter, being investigated at the highest level, I understand. I have heard that international transmissions along supposedly secure lines are somehow being intercepted and leaked to various other countries. And presumably, those transmissions are in the form of wire telegrams. Of course. Juror number 5, your input, please. Stop. Me, sir. Whatever is the matter? You told the court before that you work at the same communication station as Mr. Graydon, did you not? Yes, that's correct. And the particular station where you work deals with government communications and newspapers reports? Oh, yes, we're not your run-of-the-mill communication station at all. Our work is extremely important. Then tell me, is this not a very familiar sound? Hmm? You don't mean to say, is it? That's right, madam. It bears more than a passing resemblance to the sound made by your telegraph machine as you tap it. I believe it's called Morse code? I don't believe it! Now correct me if I'm wrong, but when it comes to leaking telegrams from government departments, there could be nobody more perfectly placed than our highly skilled communications officers. Are you suggesting that the music box disc contains stolen government secrets in Morse code? Order! 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 Please, everyone, order! But this is high treason, Council! Deserving of capital punishment! Too much new vocabulary. What is treason? And what is capital punishment? The source of words I have expected you to know. For sovereign government confidential information, hostile nation would surely pay almost any price. Yes, and on that night 2 months ago, that was the very negotiation that was taking place inside the omnibus. But in the end, Matilda perished and all the important disc lay in plain in the pawnbrokery. My word! Hello, hello. Okay, let me check if it's working because the microphone got just disconnected out of nowhere. Please tell me that I'm failing my last episode. Oh, right. Well, hello, hello? Oh, right. Well, hello, hello? Yeah, it's working. That was very embarrassing. Okay. Whoever stole that information in the first place must surely have been beside himself with worry. Because if the disc were to be discovered before it found its way out of the country, it would reveal an act of high treason punishable by death. So the culprit had no choice but to retrieve it. And in order to do that, would have to gain entry into the pawnbrokery illegally in the middle of the night. Because the article left behind that Mr. McGilded would incriminate him too much if it got into the wrong hands. Isn't that right, Mr. Graydon? You think I've been stealing government secrets? Preposterous! Absolutely preposterous! So, in response to the defense accusation, you claim complete innocence, do you? Well, of course I do! I've had to stand here in silence while that pretentious foreign lawyer has been prattling away.
Objection!
Then by all means, counter the charges, sir! The prosecution demands the witness testifies in response to the accusations brought by the defense. Delighted and sure. The witness is reminded that the crime under scrutiny in this trial is the murder of the pawnbroker, Mr. Windybank. The being of a most flagitious offense for which the law of this land sanctions a capital punishment. But the heinous act of high treason is no less serious a crime. I urge you to bear that in mind as you testify, Mr. Graydon. So then, let us proceed. You may...
Hold it!
Those two? Oh wait, Waluigi.
Well, you gotta let us have a rabbit and porky, governor. We got things to say.
I beg your pardon? Who do you think you are?
Name's Nash Skulking. Occupation is professional baddie. Name's Ringo Skulking, but we're embarrassed enough to sell out our motherland.
Motherland?
That's right. We're what they call the Three Skulking Brothers. Bad timing, fellas. Very bad timing.
What? Why are they here? A mere communications officer couldn't possibly steal confidential government information. Besides, the sound produced by that music box are in even Morse code. It was some low-class brickmaker negotiating with McGillet anyway, was it not? I've no relation to the man.
Look, all we done is speaking to the calf the other night like what he told us to do. If we know there was dodgy government secrets involved, we wouldn't have touched it.
Oh my god! They're throwing him under the bus? They are. Mr. and Mr. Skulking.
One Mr. There, Governor. What's up?
Do I take it that you now admit to the crime? That on the night in question you did indeed gain entry to the premises illegally? And moreover, you did so as a party of three in collaboration with Mr. Graydon here!
We did, Gov! We did!
Quiet down, please. What say you to that, Mr. Graydon? I have no idea what these two ruffians are referring to.
You little brother didn't get us some mixed up in all of this monkey business. You never said nothing about non-government secrets. It was supposed to be a straight-up job. And what about the geezer who strapped it to us, huh? Poor old bloke didn't have to die, did he?
Nice to know who your friends are. Whatever this means, say, I deny the accusations. Indeed. Well, I certainly wasn't expecting this little music box to become so significant in the proceedings. However, it has, I will admit it, into the car record as evidence. No music box has been entered into the car record. They're throwing him under the bus. I'm so happy for that. Now, because this is very important every single time. This is a mechanism that turns the bump on the disc into sound, isn't it?
Yes, the movement. It's all thanks to the comb with its teeth that are blocked by the passing bumps. Usually the teeth on the comb are different lengths so that each one produces a different tone. But this comb is very strange. All the teeth are exactly the same length.
Well, what does it mean?
It means that no matter which teeth is blocked by the passing bumps, the music box will make the same sound. I've never seen a music box like it before.
Yes, it is strange. A music box that can only play a single note. There has to be some significance to that, surely. Wait, have they forgotten that it's Morse code? See how the former Gilded's disc sits on the music box the man deposited at Windybanks? It couldn't be a more perfect fit.
There's no question then.
Whoa!
There's no question then. The disc was designed to be played in this music box.
Yet despite that the sound it produces are neither musical, nor do they appear to have any meaning. It just doesn't make any sense.
I wonder if perhaps there's more to this music box than meets the eye. Maybe we haven't discovered all its secrets yet.
Okay, A, how are they forgetting this? Second, whoa, what is this? Oh,
What is it, Bruno?
I just noticed something about this music box. It looks like the bottom of it opens up as well.
You're right. Well, come on then. What are you waiting for? Let's open it.
Alright then, here goes.
Look at that. There's another movement on the other side.
So, does that mean you can set another disc to play back on this side?
Yes, I think so. And it looks like the two movements are linked together.
They're linked?
So if you have the disc, they would both play back at the same time.
So, there are two discs, like he said, and when you play them both, they complete the message.
You have thought there would be a
Who would have that there would be a second movement on the underside of the box?
and this movement is like the other one. The counts are at all the same length.
So, this movement also only presses a single note, like the other one?
Yes, it must do. Except that the length of the teeth on the two cones isn't the same. So the single tone produced by this movement will be different to the single tone we already heard.
What?
Basically, each movement can only produce a single note.
But the notes they produce are different. Music box can only play two notes. A conversation, maybe? This looks very interesting. Say, okay. No. Oh, I cannot look at the other ones. That's why it's going like that.
Hold it!
So, is this newspaper headline accurate? Government communications are being intercepted? How could I possibly know? Okay, so they are not reacting. What do you mean by that? Any important government and communications are handled by high-level officers, by specialists. General members of staff in the station where I work would never be entrusted with sensitive information. Oh no, stop! Let's say something, stop! Let me guess. You're number 5? We regular communication station officers are slowly as you're being led by to believe. A team of us are responsible for setting up and testing the telegraphs used by the ministry. And Mr. Graydon is the team leader! That's fascinating. Graydon is a highly skilled operator. Stop! Currently in process of idle. Stop! She really has a crush on him. So you had access to the equipment used for this confidential communication, Mr. Graydon? Well, whatever. The transmissions are always made behind closed doors so they can be heard. And in any case, all messages are sent and spared. Normal employees couldn't possibly understand them. Oh no, stop. I'll say something. Stop. Mr. Graydon regularly attends meetings with ministry technicians and ministry communications team. He assisted in ensuring that there are no errors in important internal communications. And he's received the top prize at the Cipher Cracking Convention 5 years in a row now. That's fascinating. Graydon is highly skilled operator. Stop! Current one versus vital. Stop! Well, your idol would appreciate if you'd keep your mouth shut. You should really pick your idols more carefully. I tell you, these lawyers' accusations are completely unfounded. God, that was hilarious. Besides, the sounds produced by that music aren't even Morse code.
Hold it!
They're not?
anyone with a brain that would be blatantly apparent on listening to that music box for even a few seconds. Of course. Surely it can be that my learned friend isn't familiar with Morse code.
Ouch! He looks genuinely shocked at my ignorance.
I will be more than happy to demonstrate the basics for you, sir.
A lesson here in court?
Morse code is continuous series of two distinct notes.
Tones, you say?
Yes, a short dot and a long dash.
The other disc is made of dashes?
By combining those in different ways, you construct letters.
I see.
For example, this is A, and this is B. But when you listen to the sound produced by the music box, you only hear one tone, don't you?
But it sounds so similar. The rhythm of it is the same and everything. But there's no discernible meaning to this apparently random sequence of sounds. So your assertion is fundamentally flawed. This is not Morse code. No! Really, you shouldn't be so surprised. What did I tell you? That music box is nothing but a worthless piece of scrap. Perhaps you might consider studying your subject matters before casting your aspersions in the future. Stop. Nothing to say, but stop.
Oh, it's so frustrating, isn't it?
Iris?
I mean, if the government secrets were somehow being leaked using the music box, so many other things would slide into place so nicely.
Would there still be something I haven't considered? Would it really be possible to use this music box somehow to play back music Morse code? At least right now, because I don't have the second disc. The defense will concede that the music box is irrelevant. For the time being. For the time being! Such optimism! No debonair to admit the fear, are we? Those gesticulations are really starting to grate!
It can't be Morse code unless it has two distinct tones.
Perhaps it's just examine the music box a little more detail. It was some low-class brickmaker negotiating with McGillen anyway, was it not? I have no relation to the man.
Hold it!
So 2 months ago in that omnibus, McGillen killed the brickmaker and stole the disc. Mr. Mason was a single man, with almost nothing to his name. It seems he lived in an artisan quarter some years ago, but people there remember little about him. That doesn't make much sense though, does it? How would a humble brickmaker come to acquire secret government information? Oh indeed! There must have been somebody else involved behind the scenes in all of this. Nice coffee. Somebody who acquired the disc and gave it to Mr. Mason, in order to take it to the meeting with McGillen and negotiate a deal. Is this going to be just the fact that McGillen confused the guy because he had a hat? That is going to be hilarious if that's the case. Also, like, dear me. Oh. I understand you, don't worry. I know that, but still, it's very like that you send me a like. That is very, very nice out of you. For real. You may have it in me for me, sir, but I assure you have far more class than that. Wait, how would it be? Like this, right? No. They're both on the same. Over here, and over here, as if he was doing a super.
Or close to death.
An old brickmaker from an artisan quarter and this well-to-do communications officer. It's gonna be the hat. If only I could find some evidence to link the two of them together. If you have nothing more to add on that note, let us return to the witness testimony.
Look, all we did is break into the caf the other night like Grayden told us to do.
Hold it!
Like Mr. Grayden told you to do, you mean?
That's it, yeah. Who else, huh? Dylan, me thought I was just popping over for another after all these damn years, but that brother had a dodgy job for us.
Wait,
He really is the third brother.
Ash?
let me stop you there, Mr. Culkin. After all them years, you say? Do you mean to tell me that Mr. Graydon is an acquaintance of yours?
We're the socially kind of baddies, you know. Sure, let's say Graydon's an old China.
I haven't seen this guy react.
Enough! Why don't you buddies? This is with the fiction! Obviously, I don't know this man from Adam. Now, for the last time, stop trying to implicate me in your sordid thievery.
Well, that's blooming nice, ain't it? Don't let it turn out. Fine, if that's how you want it, you can play the game. We ain't never heard of this geezer before either. We don't know him from Adam. Never spoken to him before in my life. Never seen him.
Ringo, Nash, and Ash. Okay.
Never, Nash, never. Good grief, such a bloody lie will not stand in my courtroom. Well, all I say is this. If we'd known where there was Dutchy government secrets involved, we wouldn't have touched it.
Hold it!
So did you know nothing about this music box?
We didn't know nothing. We still don't know nothing, and we ain't planning on knowing nothing about it either.
But 2 nights ago, you did indeed break into Winterbank's pawnbroker, didn't you? In your original testimony, you said that the door of the shop was ajar and that it was like some kind of sign, begging you to go in. But the truth is, you were planning to break into the Winterbank all along, weren't you?
We were, Gob, we were. You're right there. As that's what he told us to do. It was his plan.
And why was it Mr. Graydon's plan to break into Winterbanks that night? Did you not ask the reason?
He said the place was full of stuff, Nicky. That's what he told us beforehand, anyway. Turned out it was a lot of cobbles, didn't it? I weren't best pleased, I can tell you.
In any case, if they know the real reason, it doesn't sound like they're going to give it away. All of a sudden, we seem to be up to our necks in a serious matter of national security. Although all this talk about the interception of secret government messages is still just conjecture at this stage.
It would explain a number of things, though, wouldn't it? The negotiation genie over here in the omnibus 2 months ago, and the break-in at Winterbanks. But the trouble is, it wasn't Mr. Graydon in the omnibus witness that killed it.
No, that was Mr. Mason, the brickmaker who was so horribly murdered.
If only there was some link between the two men somehow.
The hats. I know, but Mr. Graydon's testimony seems to be as watertight as ever. Surely they said, like, go with the person with the huge hat. I wonder if the key to us making headway with the cross-examination here could be those 2 brothers. Okay, so we're going for the reaction time.
Excuse me!
Is something wrong, Mr. Skulkin?
I knew it was gonna happen like that.
The moment I didn't say a name.
Eh?
No, the other Mr. Skulkin.
What? Who? Me?
When your brother was testifying just now, he said something that seemed to cause you to react.
Oh, I was just remembering the old days, that's all. We used to have a right old laugh together way back when.
Together? With Mr. Graydon, you mean?
Yeah, with Ash. I mean, you look at him now and he's fancy whistle and clothes and you wouldn't Adam and Eve it. But when he was younger, he was from the poor old part of town just like us.
Is that so?
But he was always a little one. He had the brains. He had the savvy. Always coming up with smart ideas like what would never have gone through our heads. God blimey, damn that the truth. Remember Milverton and Skulkin Megaron? That was a worker. A corker, eh?
Save it until after the trial. Your reminiscence has no place in this courtroom. And neither does your fruit.
Oi, the kisser asked us a question, didn't he? And we was answering. Yeah, we ain't done nothing wrong.
Nevertheless, the court is not prepared to accompany you on your trip down memory lane. Counsel, can we turn our attention back to the testimony, please? I don't know. Could that sentimental story be relevant somehow? My lord.
Yes, Counsel?
The brothers' last sentimental statement could hold vital information relating to this case.
Very well, Counsel. I will permit the brothers to supplement their testimony with a detail. Briefly, I hasten to add. Say no more! Skulkin or never skulkin! Milverton and Skulkin Mailroom! God, them were the days!
Hold it!
I'm sure I'm going to regret asking, but what exactly was that? Some kind of business?
Just a little scheme we had going back when we was youngsters. A bit of fun, really. Delivering fresh milk to the locals, that's what it was all about.
That sounds alarmingly legitimate. There must be a catch. I suppose since we're here, I should ask them to elaborate. But on what? So this business was just a bit of fun, you say? And it was just yourselves and Mr. Graydon involved?
Yeah, that's it.
Milverton and Skulkin Milton Run, was it?
Yeah, that's it.
And where did the Milverton part come from?
Alright, I thought clever ducks... I thought clever clock like, whoa.
Hold it!
What just happened there? History. Clever clocks like you have worked that one out, that is...
Hold it! Enough of this! How much longer are we expected to listen to this triple? I don't...
Objection!
Let me guess. You don't accept anything these two witnesses are saying. Tell me, why is it that it was only at the mention of the name Milverton that you decided to interject?
Because well...
Where in the abyss of alms that line came from? Yeah, his old man was struggling for money so much his wife walked out on him. She took the name Graydon there, you see? But Ash will always be Milverton to us.
Milverton? Wait. Was that his father or something? So that used to be your surname, did it?
Of course not! This is all bunkum! I've been a Graydon since I was born! Do you really think you can rely on the testimony of these two thieves,
You're a communications officer attached to the civil service. As such, your personal details will have been thoroughly checked at the time of your appointment. It would be a very simple matter indeed to subpoena those records, Mr. Graydon. Well, it would appear that Mr. and Mr. Skulkin's testimonies have been reliable. For once. You were born Ashley Milverton, then. Is that correct? Very well, yes. So Ashley Graydon was once Ashley Milverton. That information could change things. It could turn out to be extremely important. Holy, that was very good. Okay, something else about this? I want to hear the last part of the story, the other question.
Hold it!
That was completely new dialogue. I just realized that fact. I'm gonna have to listen out all of it again. God, I cannot believe it. All of that was new.
Hold it!
So, how did your little business work exactly? Oh, there it is. That's the other question.
Well, every morning down our way, the mailman would come with us with his car to deliver mail, see? And just stuff their empties outside your front door. He would leave them here, then full again, right? So we swooped in on the auction, got people to sign up with us. We promised to deliver mail for half the price of the others just doing it. People couldn't wait to sign on the dollar line. We were raking it in, we were.
So, did you live on a dairy farm or something?
Gordon, been at our job there, Rucker. We had nothing. We were deported of a farm.
Right.
Yeah, what we were going on was simple enough. A simple major idea. We just switch them over. See? Our customers empties with the full ones from anyone who was single on our books. And they're all right.
I think you meant to say a ditto, and that's a crime.
It was just a harmless bit of fun, that's all. Milking the general public in such a fashion is most certainly not harmless, as you put it. Well, it was cause it was him who came up with the idea, as is the evil genius.
You mean Mr. Graydon? So Ashley Graydon was once Ashley Milverton. Now that we know his real name, we can present the name of the guy from Susato's nose. Objection!
Objection!
Mr. Ashley Milverton. Tell me, why did you try to hide your former name from the court?
Because I haven't gone by that name for years. It means nothing to me.
No, I don't think that's the real explanation at all. The truth is, you had a reason to hide that name.
Explain yourself, please, counsel.
I have here the notes from the omnibus case, my lord. And as we all know, the victim, the man who we now understand to have been negotiating with Milk-Gilded.
Yes, Mr. Mason, the brickmaker.
That's right. Only Mason wasn't his name at all. It was his given name. His full name was Mason Milverton.
Milverton? Do you mean to say, saints alive?
Mr. Ashley Milverton, is it not the case that the brickmaker, Mr. Mason Milverton, was your father?
I don't.
As I believe I mentioned earlier, your family history will have been thoroughly checked when you join the civil service. And it really would take no time at all for the court to subpoena those records. The truth is you have been illegally acquiring highly confidential government information and selling it to McGilded in collaboration with your father.
This is slander! I carve a new life for myself as a respectable communications officer, as a gentleman! I have no idea what my father has been up to, but it has nothing to do with me.
And may I remind the court that the assertion that this disc contains some sort of message in Morse code has been reliably disproven by a professional and independent communication officers, no less.
The relationship between the victim of the Omnibus case and this witness is undoubtedly significant. However, the defense's argument remains somewhat incomplete, I feel.
No!
I believe the cross-examination should continue.
Alright, so Morse code uses 2 tones. I could just demonstrate the possibility that this could have been used to generate the distinct tones.
Perhaps we should have a really good look over the music box, Gwenna.
You will reiterate your testimony if you please, Mr. Gaydon.
If I must maintain exactly what I did at the start of this pointless cross-examination. A mere communications officer couldn't possibly steal confidential government information. Besides, the sounds produced by that music box aren't even Morse code.
And then we press on the stag. Okay, so she explains everything. They have everything here in the explanation. Get the question, get the question! Give it a try. There's still every possibility that this music box was instrumental in the leaking of government secrets. That's the belief of the defense, at least.
Objection!
Does it please you in some way, my Nibonese friend, to repeat the same line of argument ad infinitum? It's already been established that to be Morse code, the tones are required, dots and dashes. Yes, I'm well aware of that. Then what?
Well, it would appear that the defense has a hypothesis to put forward. You had better present your idea at once, counsel. How do you propose that this music box, which appears to produce only a single tone, could have been used to cipher secret messages into Morse code?
Okay, let's open the second box.
Got it!
Good gracious! What am I looking at here? Another movement on the underside of the music box? What?
It appears, my lord, that the two movements are linked together. In other words, you can put 2 discs in the same music box, and the sounds of both will play back at the same time.
Good heavens!
As the count has heard, Morse code comprises of 2 tones. Oof, that felt horrible. A short dot and a long dash. With a second disc in place, this music box could be used to generate Morse code and convey a message. I knew it! The new facts and evidence unveiled by the cross-examination of this witness all come together to reveal the truth!
The truth, you say?
That you collaborated with your father Mr. Mason Malverton in illegal dealings with Magnus McGilded.
By dint of these music books, you mean, Counsel?
Yes, stealing information being sent in secret government communications and selling it on to McGilded. Mr. Grayson concocted this elaborate scheme of using two music box discs to encode the information, as presumably a safety measure against the information falling into the wrong hands.
And a very efficient and effective one. I shouldn't have given the scheme any credence whatsoever.
But the deal with McGilded went sour, and the brickmaker met his end. Yes, but before he was arrested, McGilded managed to temporarily dispose of the stolen disc at the pawnbroker. Then, having learned of the situation, you appeared at Windibanks 2 days ago. In an attempt to recover the two articles McGilded had placed in pawn there. But that attempt failed. One of the discs was seized by the police, and the other one you never found. So that same night, you enlisted the help of the Skulkin brothers and broke into the pawnbrokery. This time, determined to recover the second disc.
Are you suggesting that the second disc was inside the music box? Eh? We never knew nothing about that.
On the night that Mr. Windibank was killed, the intruder to the pawnbrokery touched one item, and one item alone, the music box.
As rather ingeniously demonstrated using the two prints from the security camera, indeed.
So, the question that naturally begs answering is this: why was only that one article disturbed? The answer is obvious, because it contained the second disc, which the intruder was desperate to retrieve. Since if it were to fall into the hands of the police, it would be proof of high treason. Well, Mr. Graydon, do you deny that all of this actually began on that fateful night 2 months ago?
I refuse to accept any of this nonsense!
Sir, there appears to be blood seeping through the sleeve of your jacket.
What?
The gunshot.
Oh!
2 nights ago, we know that 3 shots were fired at the scene of the crime in Windibank's pawnbrokery. One took the life of the pawnbroker himself. One struck the pouch around Mr. Sholmes' waist. And the final bullet struck the calendar on the wall of the shop, having first pierced the arm of one of the intruders. Mr. Graydon, what wound on your arm that you seem to be trying to hide? It's a bullet wound, isn't it?
He's got you now, Mel China. Time to call it quits on Krog, I reckon.
I used to worry about the boys twice there.
Don't acknowledge my presence there under any circumstances whatsoever. Those were my terms, remember? And I paid you handsomely to comply. Clearly I was a fool to think I could throw some common slum thieves. Fine, I admit it. I was there at Windibanks that night. I paid this pair 10 guineas to accompany me. And as you've noticed, I sustained an injury in the course of my adventures.
So what you're gonna do now?
But that is all! I admit to nothing more. Stealing government secrets, negotiating with Mr. McGilded. Oops. As God as my witness, I'm sure I recall nothing of the sort.
He's not going to go down without a fight. Not until I can show hard evidence, I suppose. Nevertheless, the defense has now established a crucial fact. Which is... Well, we know that one bullet was fired from each of the two firearms we have in evidence. The bullet from the Skulking Brothers gun hit the pouch around Mr. Scholl's waist. And the bullet from Mr. Windibank's gun clearly must have been the one that caught Mr. Graydon on the arm.
Indeed it must. We can rule out the possibility that the man shot himself.
That leaves one option, you moron. And that leads us to only one conclusion. Mr. Windibank was shot by a third gun, which can only have been fired by the third intruder.
Goodness!
That's right, Mr. Graydon. The only person who could possibly have shot Mr. Windibank that night is you!
Hold it!
You little upstart! You made a great mistake when you summoned me here.
What? What's that supposed to mean?
Yes, as you rightly say, I was there at the pawnbrokers. I did my best to hide that fact, naturally. I had no intention of ruining my distinguished career at built for myself at the communication station. But did the thought never cross your mind? Did you never consider the possibility?
What do you mean? What thought? What possibility?
The possibility that if I was there at the scene, I may have witnessed a crucial moment. You see, this makes me a key witness in this case, and I have my hands firmly around the neck of your client.
What?
Are you suggesting?
I saw it all. I saw the very moment that the pickpocket girl pointed the gun at the poor defenseless pawnbroker and shot him.
You what?
Order! 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 Well, it would seem we are finally entering the last act of this theatrical trial.
Mr. Graydon. Yes?
I trust you are fully aware of the implications here. If it is shown that your claim is false, you will have incriminated yourself as the killer.
Oh, I understand fully.
Then I must ask you to give your formal testimony once more. You will explain to the court precisely what you saw at the moment the defendant allegedly shot the victim.
Nothing would give me greater pleasure.
Now, how is he gonna spin this around? Normally the last testimony is very hard to break. The moment of shooting.
While these ruffians were jostling with the broker, I was still near the entrance to the shop. When Windibank threw Nash over the counter, I felt a sharp pain in my arm. I pursued the man, but he shot himself in the storeroom. I could see him through the peephole in the door, though. And the Excuse, in a black coat, shot the man in the back as he was trying to flee to safety. I saw the blood splatter all over that wretched girl. Then she tossed the gun out of the peephole, so I picked it up and made my escape.
What? Gracious! This is a quite extraordinary testimony!
How does that even work?
You claim, sir, under oath, to have clearly seen the defendant pulling the trigger.
That makes no sense. That makes no sense.
It wasn't my intention to testify in this way. But neither is it my intention to be found guilty of a murder I didn't commit. So you see, my hand has been forced. I tell the truth now as an act of self-preservation.
The truth? Until now, the prosecution was completely unaware of these details.
Yes, well, sorry about that.
Having shot me in the arm, the pawnbroker was then shot in the back by the accused. And as I said, she was showered in his blood.
Where did that come from? You say the blood splattered over the accused's coat. Are you sure on that point?
Oh yes, quite sure. All over the black overcoat that pickpocket girl was wearing at the time.
Oh, he's talking about McGilded's coat. Which I don't have any evidence, but I have here.
Really? If your coat could somehow be shown to harbor vestiges of blood, that would be conclusive evidence here.
Oh no! There's actually... Such an investigation is entirely possible, my lord. What? Only very recently, a German scientist has developed a technique to identify human blood. This being told by the vampire of the court. So here's the true science, not some amateurish detectives' dubious foray into the world of chemistry.
There's nothing dubious about Hardy's work. His ideas are all sound.
Ideas are no use to us here. In science, as in law, theories must be proven before they stand. In Germany, the technique has already been employed in the courtroom as the basis of evidence. Scotland Yard has a small quantity of the chemical reagent used, with your lordship's permission. We could shatter all vestiges of doubt within minutes.
This doesn't look good, Bruno.
Why not?
Well, we know, don't we, that there's blood all over the front of Ginny's coat. If it's tested with their chemicals, which I imagine is luminol...
I helped you right. I was forgetting what happened yesterday.
That might be me, I'm like a shirt. Hey!
There's blood. But this blood is not from anyone. This is actually Mason. That's not Mr. Windybank's blood. The stain is from 2 months ago. You know, it's interesting that they didn't register it. That's Mr. Mason's blood, from when he was stabbed by McGilded, who was wearing the coat at the time. My lord, the defense objects to the test proposed by the prosecution.
Overruled.
Lord Van Seeks.
Make it so at once.
With pleasure, my lord.
And while we wait the results, the defense may proceed with the cross-examination.
Once they find that blood on the overcoat, Gina will be...
Counsel!
Yes, my lord?
Your cross-examination.
Of course, my lord! If this cross-examination doesn't go well, I don't manage to uncover some decisive evidence or a really compelling clue now, I have a very bad feeling about the outcome of this trial. He trapped us in a very bad spot.
While this reference with Jocelyn with the broker, I was still near the entrance to the store.
Whoa, making his voice makes me jump. I don't like that. Mr. Windybank emerged from the storeroom, I believe.
Bingo and Ash were scurrying near the counter when he suddenly appeared and flew at them. already had the revolver in his hand. Fortunately, I wasn't too close.
I've never been so scared in all my life. Yeah, we're just your regular mal-mannered bucklers, that's all. We don't like violence.
You have guns. Yes, exactly. What do you mean when you say you were near the entrance to the shop?
I was in the doorway, running my eyes over the shelves of forbidden items.
Looking for the music box, of course.
The broker went for Nash in the first place. Then Ringo joined in, making it 2 against 1, so I assumed they could handle the situation. But I was wrong.
I was trying to help my little bro, but the gold geezer chucked me over the blooming counter. I pulled me gun on the old fella, and that soon made him scarpy. The pair of you were setting up on the poor defenseless pawnbroker together. Shame on you! Sorry, Gav.
When Windybank threw Nash over the counter, I felt a sharp pain in my arm.
Hold it!
You mean that's the moment you were shot?
Yes, but I didn't immediately realize what had happened, of course. Things crashed to the floor from the counter as the 3 men were brawling. It wasn't exactly that moment that it happened, so I didn't hear the gunshot.
And the bullet went on to strike the calendar on the wall behind you.
So it would appear. Then I looked at my arm. I saw it was bleeding badly. So I wrapped my handkerchief around it. Seeing as I couldn't explain what had happened to a doctor, I had no choice but to wait for it to heal.
Wait, you haven't gone to the doctor with that bullet?
I didn't imagine it would still be bleeding 2 days later.
Did Mr. Windybank intend to shoot you, do you think?
Well now, I don't imagine he even noticed I was there, to be honest. Perhaps the gun went off accidentally. Anyway, it didn't quite strike home.
When I pulled me gun on him, he tried to shove me out of the way. And then he scarped through the door of it. And then he scarped through the door of that. At which point, what did you do?
I pursued the man, but he shot himself in the storeroom. I could see him through the peephole in the door though.
Hold it!
You mean you chased after him?
I don't recall the reason why, but I ran after him to the back of the shop.
And what about this peephole in the door you mentioned?
Well, and surprisingly the storeroom doors, that's all. Well, surprisingly the store.
Oh my god!
Well, surprisingly the storeroom door's a solid job, made out of stout wood. There's a small opening in it about the head height that lets see what's in there from the outside.
Actually, I should know that, shouldn't I? I looked through it myself at night. And what about the Brooklyn brothers? Did you see what went on through this peephole as well?
Not rightly, Gav. We didn't see nothing at the store, Gav.
I doubt these 2 buffoons were even aware of the peephole existence.
So the Skulking brothers were there, but they didn't see the killing of Mr. Windybank take place.
Inside the storeroom, I could see the broker and the young girl standing there.
The defendant?
Yes, though neither of them noticed that I was looking. The girl raised her gun and pointed it straight at the man.
And then, what did you see next?
The accused, in a black coat, shot the man in the back as he was trying to flee to safety.
Hold it!
Yes, when the crime was discovered, the defendant was found with a gun in her hand. But that was Mr. Windybank's gun, from which only a single bullet had been fired. And as we've already established, Mr. Graydon, that bullet was fired at you.
Ah, but no, it wasn't the broker's gun that the pickpocket girl had when I saw her. Yes, the bullet from Windybank's gun grazed my arm. And yes, the Skull King's gun grounded the detective. But this was another gun entirely. A third gun. The broker's gun. How was not the murder weapon? So clearly there had to be a third firearm involved. In other words, the accused must have had her own gun with her at the time. Objection! But no other gun was found at the scene. Calm yourself, counsel. Sorry? You must consider the events in order. At first I saw the broker and the girl glaring at each other, but then all of a sudden, the broker turned to run, and it was at that moment that the little gutter rat shot me in the back. A challenging image, I must say. Whoa, I give him a different tone. I saw the blood splatter all over that wretched girl.
Hold it!
All over her? Yes, through the peephole I saw it clearly. Of course, the stains are invisible now. What with the coat being such a dark color. But I assure you, that garment is solid with the victim's blood. Well, it is solid with blood, that's for sure.
But it is not Mr. Windybank's blood, is it?
No, that's right. It's Mr. Mason's Milverton blood from McGill that stabbed him 2 months ago.
It's so annoying. If they don't let's have this chemical analysis, we could prove that.
But they won't. So I'm trying to look and use it as evidence to support our case.
Butter.
Then she tossed the gun out of the peephole, so I picked it up and made my escape. Whoops.
What's your feeling, Runa?
Much as I hate to admit it, I don't see any obvious holes in his testimony at the moment. Yes, I cannot believe that he managed to trap us. This testimony comes out of nowhere. I cannot prove it wrong yet.
But you have to find a way to break this man.
And quickly too, because once they discovered the blood on the overcoat Gina was wearing...
It's a bit strange that he's so sure of himself about seeing the blood all over Gina's coat.
It doesn't strike me as the sort of thing you'd claim if you hadn't generally seen it happen. But we know that Gina didn't shoot Mr. Windybank, so what's going on? Wait, that's true.
All I know is that it's very unfair. Why should some German scientist test be acceptable as evidence when Manor Hurley's wasn't? Detectives can use test tips too.
Never mind that, I have to find a really stark inconsistency in this testimony somewhere. And I have to find it before the prosecution discovers the bloodstain in Gina's coat. So in a hurry. It would be hilariously amazing if they would penalize you every time that you don't get the answer just so that... El güero es el culpable. Yep, he definitely is. He's an asshole as well. Then she tossed the gun out of the peephole, so I picked it up and made my escape.
Hold it!
Did I hear you correctly? She threw the gun out of the room? That's right. After the broker fell off the floor, she started walking over. Over where exactly? In the direction of the storeroom door, to where I was watching. Of course, I quickly retreated, and then the girl dropped the gun through the peephole into the floor of my side of the door. But why on earth would she do such a thing? El güero es el culpable is the best comment I have gotten in quite a long time. I couldn't tell you. Perhaps she was hoping to distance herself from the murder weapon. Without thinking, I went and picked it up. I suppose I was worried about just leaving it there, in case any more tragedies took place. So it was you, in fact, who took the third gun from the scene of the crime. Yes, it was yours truly. I left the clear up my lackeys and left. Clear up?
We made quite a bit of mess on the counter, so Mr. Whistle and Foothill does tidy up. He thinks he's a blooming mom sometimes.
Well, I was paying you enough, by God! Tell me, Mr. Graydon, when you left the pawnbrokery that night, was it by any chance with a second disc in your jacket pocket?
You little rat!
What? You're like a bull at a gate, aren't you? Why are they fighting? Putting at me to nothing of the sort. After all, you can't even show the court such a disc exists, can you? As expected. He won't admit to anything unless I can cross the evidence in his face. It's not as easy as you thought, is it? To pin a crime on this lapel. It won't stick. Not murder. Not treason. They're tired. What the heck is going on there? Maybe not right now, but you won't be sniggering like that forever. Where do I start with this? That's absolutely hilarious. Okay, let's press them there because that was absolutely out of this world. I loved it. I wonder if I get different dialogue after that.
Hold it!
Okay, so everything happens here. It happens when they mention the desk.
You little toe rag! Excuse me!
Gentlemen! What the heck is going on?
Something wrong, Sunshine?
That should be my line! You do realize you were just violently shaking Mr. Skulking?
Blimey. Is this a bit of a falling, Annie?
What was going on just now?
You saw him. He grabbed me whistle. Why the blazes, he said. Didn't you mention the third gun when you got you down the station?
And why didn't you?
Cause we didn't know nothing about it. Or the flaming people in the door.
Why do you think that's the reason I'm making a Waluigi voice to him? And also, have you seen the other guy?
Sorry about that. I can be prone to losing my rack sometimes. Not hurt, are you? Gosh, darn, blimey. See the way he's looking at me? I'm telling you, this gives me the whinies.
That was strange. The inspector doesn't normally get quite as worked up as that. You wouldn't normally grab someone.
No, that wasn't like Rex at all. He's normally all sweetness and light, no matter what I say to him.
Yes, well, I think you might be special case, Iris.
Well, anyway, that was definitely out of character.
No. My lord! Question your lordship permission to opt out of the cross-examination. Explain yourself, officer. I have the result of the test that was ordered earlier, my lord.
Ah, the blood! The accused overcoat! By the way, yes, I'm trying my best to do this with a Dracula accent, but I just cannot do it correctly, so I just accentuate the last word as much as possible. Because this guy comes with a freaking coat like Dracula all the time. So yeah, he may be one of your favorite characters here, you know, Belmont. Ah, the blood! Yes, the blood! The blood on the accused overcoat, that delicious blood!
Thank you, officer. Very well. The cross-examination is hereby temporarily suspended.
I presume you have no objection, Counsel? No, my lord. Well, there you have it. The report, please, Inspector. Yes, sir. Traces of human blood were found on the overcoat of their defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. From the sense of the stains, it would appear that they were the result of splattering following a gunshot wound. End of report. Goodness me! Freaking JoJo character.
See? What did I tell you?
Objection!
No, the blood on that coat is not Mr. Windibanks. What on earth makes you say that, Counsel? The coat originally belonged to Magnus McGilded. Just before his coat was deposited at Windibanks, McGilded had finally stabbed Mr. Mason Milverton. So the blood on that overcoat is the blood of the brickmaker from the omnibus case.
Objection!
Well, the dead cannot speak. Isn't that right, my Nipponese friend? Sorry? 2 months ago, in this very courtroom, did you not argue fervently for Mr. McGilded's innocence? And yet, now that the man is dead, you brand him as a murderer. Your conduct shatters any shred of respect you may have earned from yourself in this country. But that was... I call it a bill of disgrace. Treachery, that's what it is.
How to determine whether the blood on that coat is 2 months old or not? Even a stereoscope wouldn't help me answer that problem about. It can be done.
But... We use Mr. Sholmes... God, here we go again. We use Mr. Sholmes' specially formulated chemicals. Mr. Sholmes is a detective, not a...
Oh, Mr. Schultz is a detective, not a chemist.
Would you put such faith in a chemical formula devised by me, for example, when I'm a communications officer?
I held out Peroshki to starving boy, and he ran away crying. What the heck was that? I don't get why he mentioned that. Sherlock Sholmes is barely more than a figment of Popek's imagination. His name carries no weight in this courtroom. No weight. How could you say that?
Victory sweet indeed. This proves that my testimony is the whole truth from start to finish.
How do you arrive to such conclusions, sir? As the witness said, the accused's coat was spattered with the blood of the victim. The only way Mr. Graham could possibly have known that fact is if he saw it happen. In other words, his testimony is solid, and the conclusion is singular. It was the accused who shot the victim in this case. That is the whole truth. Ah! My lord.
My lord, it's a long battle this one, but this old warehouse has something to say now, if you please. Mr. Foreman? As of this moment, sir, the squadron has reached its final decision. Ready, men? All for one now. Sir!
Guilty.
Guilty.
Guilty. Guilty.
Guilty!
Guilty.
Well, it would appear the ladies and gentlemen that you have reached an unanimous verdict. The defense has consistently failed to unpick this witness testimony. Here's to any attempt you may make at unpicking the jurisdiction being equally successful. Ah! Can't believe it! After I've come so far! How is it all unraveling on me so fast?
How very distressing. To be held in such low esteem.
It's hair, right? It has to be hair. Oh! It's him! I'm sorry.
How very distressing to be held in such low esteem. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Nerudo?
Officer? You've delivered the report now. That will be all, thank you.
It occurs to me with some regularity, Mr. Nerudo, that scientific truths are determined not by science, but by none other than the human mind.
I know that voice. There's only one person that...
Am I going mad?
Mr. Jones!
What is the meaning of this? Order, order, order! What business do you have here, detective? The last I heard you were recuperating in a hospital.
Where's well I would be had I not been set up on an errand.
What event?
Harley, it's really you! You're awake at last! Yes, good day, Aris. I appear to be rather late to rise. My apologies. Now, my lord, if you will humor me.
In what manner, sir?
I have something of great importance I wish to give to the young lady over there. I need no more than 5 minutes. Would you be so kind as to spare us the time?
What say you to this, Norman 6?
The trial has taken many hours of the court's time, having spent so long already.
Exactly! Having spent so long already, we don't want to go wasting any more precious time!
As I was saying, having spent so long already, it would seem churlish to deny the defense a mere 5 minutes.
Ah! Very well then. Counsel, you have 5 minutes.
My dear fellow, I apologize for my tardy arrival. Mr. Jones, are you alright now?
Alright, I'm all wrong.
Sorry? I've only just managed to summon the strength to stand man. I asked the judge for 5 minutes. But I fear even that may prove too much for me. I pray for me should I pass out.
Let's make the discussion as short as possible.
Early, this place is full of idiots. None of them can see how wonderful your chemical blood analysis is. Ah, well, that concoction of mass was really just a bit of sport to assist me in my investigations. I never took the trouble to refine it for appraisal by the scientific community. Never said on my part.
Right. Modestly, surely not.
But enough of that. I'm here to give you this, my dear fellow.
What's that? A lavender for a shaking rapina?
A living present from Miss Sato.
From Miss Sato?
If possible, matters were to be settled without me giving you this. Those were her instructions when she asked me to do this favor.
I don't understand.
Mrs. Sato foresaw today's events, I believe. She knew that the culprit would attempt to escape justice by means both devious and underhand, and that you, Mr. Naruhodo, fighting fairly as you are wont to do, would find yourself in considerable peril. At the very moment of crisis, you were to be given this small parcel. Those were the dear lady's instructions. A living present from Sustato-san. Whatever could it be?
What is this? Wait, is that the cat flap? The cat flap maker?
Oh! It's the machine I made!
Ah. Why?
Hello, Warhai.
Look! I used this? It's my latest invention!
What is that?
I call it a cat flapomat. I can make a cat flap for a little furry friend like Waggy in seconds.
But why this?
What is he up to?
Mrs. Atom muttered the following words before she left. I'm afraid I'd underserved to be a judicial assistant. What? Didn't she say something like that? You really are the best judicial assistant in the world.
Well, that's extremely flattering. But I'm sorry to say that I've been a complete failure.
Whatever did she mean by that, Mr. Sholmes? But now, when you left Windybanks in pursuit of the thieves, Mrs. Echo made use of this contraption for a certain purpose. That is your answer, dear fellow. No, not at all cryptic then. Susato-san used this cat flapom at that time? But why? What is the answer here? I'm finally super confused. Your 5 minutes is over! We're off time already? I'm grateful to you for affording us that brief recess, my Mr. Reaper. I need no thanks, detective. After all, the die is cast. Is it really? The jurors are unanimous in their leanings. No doubt my learned friend will consider a summation examination. But any attempt to alter the verdict now would be utterly futile. I wonder... Mr. Naruhodo! Yes? The rest is down to you, dear fellow. What is your plan? The rest isn't down to me? I need to be careful here. If I make the wrong move, the trial will end badly. My lord, the defense requests... Holy shit! I haven't analyzed this at all. I have never done that before. Those bishops did look like they could rip through almost anything.
They're good, aren't they? They're made of a special alloy developed just for this job. They cut over their things times per second so it can get through any kind of door in no time at all.
Did she hurt somebody with this? And what are the 2 parts at the top there?
Ah, those are for attaching hinges to the section of the door that gets cut out.
Right, of course.
Nothing can match this machine for power. It can make me spin off even the toughest of doors.
It sounds so charming and friendly when you say that it's for, but it feels like the reality of the cat flapomat is that it's a dream weapon of door destruction.
Wahaha, he's so adorable. There's nothing I couldn't do for him, even developing deadly weapons.
Could it be? I didn't notice at all this time. I got it. I got it! Further cross-examination.
Objection!
The jurors have spoken! Protocol dictates that you may not cross-examine an eyewitness now.
Objection!
The defense is not asking for the cross-examination of a new witness. Rather, to continue with the one of an existing witness. What? It would appear that a rather important detail has escaped your attention, Mr. Reaper.
My lord!
My lord, it turns out that I had to make Sholmes for this. Requesting your lordship permission to interrupt this cross-examination. These two are devious indeed.
Thank you, officer. Very well. The cross-examination is hereby temporarily suspended.
It was never finished. Just like the summation examination, the cross-examination was never finished.
I presume you have no objection, counsel.
No, my lord. It was just interrupted, not finished.
So nobody can say anything then. If Reno has to resume the cross-examination of Mr. Crater,
The court is obliged to allow it.
This is absurd!
I would remind those present that this is my courtroom.
I concur that the defense is entirely within its right to request the continuation of the cross-examination. However, I will not permit the unremitting protraction of these proceedings. Therefore, I have decided to afford the defense one final opportunity in concluding the cross-examination. Counsel, you must choose but one statement from the witness testimony, and but one piece of evidence to present in support of your argument against them.
Single chance to present evidence?
If following that the situation remains unchanged, I shall move to adjudication.
Oh my god!
Is that clear, counsels? You will not press the witness any further.
My lord. Yes, my lord! A single statement and a single piece of evidence. Most generous. Well then, Mr. Naruhodo, it's high time I fell in a dead faint. I leave this in your capable hands. That's right. That is a very weird way of painting. Mr. Sholmes! I found the final contradiction. I cannot believe it. This is very fun to watch.
You stand so insociently before the court in a state of such high fever. Either the man has extraordinary strength of mind or extraordinary lack of feeling.
I imagine he's feeling very little now. The detective is sleeping soundly in one of the antechambers. Recommend when he's down, why don't you?
Well then, counsel, are you fully prepared?
Yes. One statement, one piece of evidence. I won't let Mr. Sholmes out, or Iris. And I won't waste this final chance that Susato-san has given me. This is going to decide the entire outcome of the trial.
Very well then, under the terms I have outlined, you may resume the cross-examination.
When did he saw this? The moment of the shooting, again. Wow, the music! I have to be careful not to press by accident. There it is. Are you ready? Take that!
Objection!
Objection.
Sorry. What on earth is that executive contraption, counsel?
oh, it's my gut flap on my Well, my lord, it makes a way for cats to go in and out of a room. It can cut through any dirt you can think of, and can make any little door in the middle of it.
That's right, my lord. It's a device for creating so-called cat flaps. Small doors for cats to come and go as they please, without their owners having to open the main door.
I'm sure we can all work that. I'm sure we can all work that out for ourselves. But that cat lover's contrivance has no possible relevance to this case.
Oh, really?
Of course it doesn't. To start with, there were no cat flap in the pawnbroker's store.
Not being a keeper of cards myself, I'm afraid I fail to see what this has to do with the matter at hand.
Perhaps it would help if I described its function another way then. This contraption is able to create a peephole in any door you can imagine in practically no time at all.
I beg your pardon? A peephole, you say?
2 nights ago, we arrived at the scene only minutes after the murder of Mr. Windybank had taken place.
That's right. According to the paperwork. That's right, Sunshine. According to the paperwork at Jones, it was you, your Japanese assistant, and Jones.
Yes, the 3 of us were together, and it's recently come to my attention that my assistant made use of this device at the time.
Your assistant did what?
There was a peephole in the storeroom door. I can attest to that. Because I looked through the peephole myself in order to see inside the locked storeroom.
This is ludicrous! What are you trying to say? Of course there was a peephole in the door. I said as much in my testimony. How else could I have witnessed the crime for pity's sake?
Yes. How could you?
What?
Counsel, kindly say what you mean. Alright, it's time. Time to strike the final blow. What I mean is this, my lord. My assistants made the peephole in the storeroom door, and until such time as she did, the door had no hole in to look through it.
What? No!
Objection!
This is a farce! Are you really suggesting that the peephole in the door was?
Yes, it was created only after the incident had taken place, by my judicial assistant using this device.
Your assistant tampered with the currency, whilst being fully aware of the gravity of her actions. This is a most serious act of vandalism.
For which I humbly apologize, my lord. It wasn't the few minutes that I left the scene in order to pursue the skulking brothers and alert the police. Nevertheless, in the light of this new information, it becomes apparent that Mr. Graydon's testimony is riddled with holes.
Riddled with? Explain yourself, counsel.
The majority of Mr. Graydon's testimony that appears to incriminate the defendant is based upon what he witnessed through the peephole in the storeroom door.
Yes! That filthy girl shooting the man in the back!
However, if at the time of the incident, that peephole did not yet exist in the door, there's no possible way that you could have seen what you claim to have seen. In short, your entire testimony is a pack of lies!
Order! Is there any credence in this revelation?
Objection!
None whatsoever, as my learned friend must surely realize.
It's exactly! This is just some cheap trick designed to discredit me!
I'm afraid not, sir.
Of course it is! Do you seriously expect people to believe that plaything can cut through that solid wooden door?
Oh yes, I designed it to be very powerful. It can cut through even the toughest of doors.
That's absurd! I don't believe it for a second!
And I'm feeling you'd say that.
What?
Rocky, Cookie, time for dinner!
Did she really just make one in the court?
Well,
Young lady, this is the Old Bailey. One does not make cutlass in the oak paneling of the Old Bailey.
I'm not done yet, don't worry. This doesn't mean that the peephole in the storeroom door at Windybank was made by your machine. And there's no way you can prove that it was.
no, but it's so easy.
What?
The cat flaps my cat flap-o-mat creates are all of a fit size. And the dimensions of the peephole at Windybanks are an exact match.
Ugh.
I'll silk his lost for words.
Excellent work, Iris. Thank you. And now it's my learned friend's turn to be lost for words, I feel. I believe your judicial assistant has already left the country for your Eastern Island home. Well, yes, that's true. Then you may have some difficulty in establishing all of the facts. For the sake of argument, let us assume the peephole has dimensions that are a perfect fit for this contraption. In that case, when was the peephole cut? The prosecution demands proof of your answer.
What is the purpose of your line of inquiry, Lord Van 6?
It's very simple, my lord. The defense argues that the peephole was created after the incident using this device. But now that the perpetrator has returned to her native land, she cannot testify to the fact. There's no proof. And for as long as the defense remains unable to prove when the peephole was made, my learned friend's claims amounts to nothing more than a baseless accusation.
What?
Indeed, that is so, Lord Van 6. Well, counsel?
Don't give up now, Runo! This is a time to create your own opening and force your way through!
I don't know if I can do this, but I do know one thing. Sato-san is the greatest judicial assistant in the world.
Very well. The counsel for the defense will present evidence to support the claim made. Proof that the peephole in the door of Windybank's storeroom was created after the event and not before.
Take that!
What are you? I bring from the detective's infernal cameras again. My judicial assistant, Misusato Mikotowa, is an extremely intelligent and capable woman, which is why I never had any cause to doubt that she will have considered this scenario and made sure I had the necessary proof.
And the necessary proof is this photograph print, counsel.
This is print. Shows a scene in the shop moments after the defendant entered the premises. Agreed. And it also shows the accused mercilessly wielded a gun in the direction of the defenseless broker. But more to the point, it pictures the storeroom door in the background.
Let me see that print again. I don't believe it! This really is quite remarkable. The door to the storeroom is completely devoid of a peephole of any description.
Ugh! Mr. Graydon, you couldn't possibly have witnessed the crime as you claim to have done. Because at the time it happened, there was no peephole in the door. Ugh. In other words, your testimony is a catalog of lies! I cannot believe that I completely butchered the last phrase.
Order! 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 Am I satisfied with it? I am satisfied with the defense has that the defense has sustained its claim beyond all reasonable doubt. This witness testimony was entirely fallacious.
That's not the only thing. We now know beyond all reasonable doubt. My learned friend's assistant's guilt can no longer be denied. The woman tampered with a crime scene. But more importantly,
Good lord, there's more than 6.
the defense may have established a reprehensible instance of perjury. But that is no proof that this man is the victim's killer. Yes, that's right.
What?
I was there at the scene, it's true. And I was shot in the arm, it's true. But that's all. Yes, in fact, if you look at the circumstances, I am the victim here!
Oh, please, no!
I don't believe this! But they're right! As it stands now, I don't have any definitive proof that he's a culprit.
Still, you can't walk his way out of it now.
Iris?
You know what they say? There's no point looking the dark cat's door after the cat has bolted. Isn't that right, Bruno? As Harley always says, one life begets another.
Oh,
No, wait, that might have been a line I wrote for him in one of my stories.
is that where I get it in Ace Attorney? Well, no matter who said it first, you're right. Mr. Graydon, not only did you give false testimony to the court, but the lies you told make no sense.
Make no sense? What do you mean by such a remark?
What you said in your testimony reveals that you know something that you shouldn't have known. In other words, there's a fundamental inconsistency in your statements.
What?
Objection!
This is provocative talk, Consul.
Won't you enlighten the court? Explain this alleged inconsistency. Iris was right. One lie begets another. The inconsistency is revealed by the lies in the witnesses' statements. They show that Mr. Graydon had knowledge of something he shouldn't have known anything about, namely, the bloodstains that were present on Miss Lestrade's coat.
That's right! The victim's blood spattered all over her when she shot him.
But how could you possibly have known that?
Obviously because I saw her do it through the peephole in the...
The point is not that you lied in your testimony, Mr. Graydon. It's the nature of the lie you concocted that is so revealing.
You're not making any sense.
Then let me ask you a simple question. How is it, Mr. Graydon, that you knew of the existence of the peephole in the storeroom door? When did he come back? When did he see the blood? Gregson!
Holy... What? Well, obviously I...
Was the cut cut your tongue, witness? The peephole in this door was made after the incident occurred. And once I returned to the shop having failed to catch the two burglars, Scotland Yard's investigators arrived immediately. Since that time, the police have been at Windibanks constantly, carrying out their investigation. Isn't that right, Inspector Gregson? He's gonna be nervous.
Well, yes, of course. The place is chock full of bound articles, and my lads have patrolled it, examined it all. So I gave the order to have officers working around the clock in shifts so we get through it all.
And consequently, there's no way that you, Mr. Graydon, could have gained access to the shop. Therefore, you should have known nothing about the peephole in the storeroom door. So the fact that its existence forms the basis of your testimony is completely inexplicable. Gregson, what did you do?
Objection!
And yet, the fact remains that Mr. Graydon did maintain that he witnessed the crime take place through the peephole in the door.
How on earth is that possible? Can I have a word, please, Lord Ben 6?
Speak, Inspector.
It's just that I really ought to be getting back to the station now to put in my report.
Yes, sure. Don't get the heck away, Gregson. I have my eye on you.
There's really nothing more I can add to this testimony, though if it's all the same to you.
Permission denied.
Oh.
It's not at all this. It's not all the same to me, Inspector. Not at all. You will remain exactly where you are until this trial concludes. Gregson?
Of course, sir.
Mr. Graydon. You shouldn't have known about the existence of that peephole. Which can only mean that you must have been informed about it by somebody else.
Objection!
Stop there, my learned friend! You realize, I trust, that the words you just uttered have extremely serious implications. Yes, but the defense believes that the details about the case that Mr. Graydon claims to have seen must have been revealed to him by a certain person before his testimony. And in fact, considering a particular clue we have, there's really one person that could be. Who is the person in question, Counsel?
Who gave this witness details of the crime scene to facilitate his testimony?
Take that!
The truth is, it can only have been you, Inspector Gregson.
Me?
Objection!
You had better have some proof to substantiate such a rash claim, my learned friend. Consider the fact that we have only been aware of Mr. Ashley Graydon's identity for the last few hours. We learned of it only during the course of the trial today.
Indeed. Preparation for his testimony were made with great urgency during our hour-long recess, while the police executed the subpoena and brought the man here from the communications station.
And until that time, Mr. Graydon would have had no idea. No inkling that he would suddenly be required to appear in court.
Are you suggesting that until such time as he was summoned?
Yes, my lord. Until then, it's reasonable to assume he knew nothing of the peephole. It was only Mr. Graydon was in the stand that he realized his position. That he would have to defend himself against the accusation that he was the third intruder. You're suggesting to the court that it was while this trial was in progress that he received the information, so that he could commit perjury in order to save his skin. Exactly. And the only person with knowledge of the investigation that he had any contact with is you, Inspector Gregson!
This is blooming outrage! Why would I be giving away details of our investigation to this fella, huh? I was summoned to his lordship chambers during the recess in Inigitis. Had you forgotten that? Quite true. I had a number of questions regarding the events that transpired at pawnbrokery.
Which means the first time these two laid eyes on one another was after proceedings resumed following the recess. Since then, they've been in full view in the stand, where such illicit discussions couldn't possibly have occurred.
Oh, I just remembered something, Bruno.
What is it, Iris?
There was one time before, wasn't there? I think it was when Ginny was testifying.
Oh, yes, now that you mention it. When the bailiff was dispatched to retrieve Magilda's music box from the scene of the crime? That's it! It was during that testimony. I remember finding it strange at the time. Mr. Graydon and the inspector seem to be having some kind of secret discussion. Dear Lord. Gregson, what did you do? Gregson, come on! It would have been possible for you to give Mr. Graydon the information he needed then.
You little Torah! You're making all this up! I'm a respectable Scotland! You're an inspector from Camelot! Why would I do something like that? Why would I give away confidential details to the likes of this bloke?
Admittedly, you wouldn't have had any reason to do something like that for no gain. But perhaps it was part of a deal of some kind. Then it starts to make more sense.
What deal, Counsel?
I wonder if perhaps in exchange for details about the people at the crime scene, Mr. Graydon agreed to give a certain something to the inspector.
I'm sure I need not remind the inspector that if found to be true, striking a deal of any kind with a witness would be considered a gross case of malfeasance.
Malfeasance?
Well,
Objection!
It's becoming clear that jumping in with accusation is this Nippon Stalin specialty.
I don't do that!
But with stakes so high, the prosecution is not prepared to listen to baseless charges. It is incumbent on the defense now to present evidence in support of this diabolical claim.
Evidence? Just what are you proposing that the inspector demanded of the witness in return? The court must see proof of this alleged deal. If Inspector Gregson really did strike a deal with Mr. Graydon, then logically, there's only one thing he could have asked for. That must be it.
Rena, do you think it could be?
Yes. It's the missing link that would join all the dots together in this puzzle.
I must press you for an answer now, Counsel. What evidence explains the nature of the alleged deal that Inspector Gregson made with the witness?
Where's the disc?
Take that!
Inspector Gregson, besides this murder, is it not true that you've been working on another very important case?
What? What are you getting at now, Sunshine?
Is it possible that this other top secret case is that what's alluded to in this newspaper article here? The classified secrets being leaked overseas from the Ministry of Justice.
How? How the bleeding nerve could you?
We discovered during the course of this trial the music box deposited at Windibanks made by Magnus MacGilda. A special music box designed to play 2 discs at once. It would seem very likely now that encoded on the pair of discs that were in MacGilda's possession are the leaked classified secrets. So I put it to you, Inspector, that in order to recover the second disc of the disc containing those secrets, you covertly made a deal with Mr. Graydon in which you exchanged the disc for details of the case.
You little ah! Order! Order! Order!
On the day of the incident, when we met you at Windibanks, you said this.
I'll be taking down whatever it is of my guild down to the yard, thank you very much. So hand it over!
No, don't! Don't give it to him! It's mine! That is mine!
I'm sorry, miss. But anything belonging to my guild has to be taken in as evidence for now.
Scotland Yards are already new at the time, isn't that right? That Magnus MacGilda was involved in the stealing of government secrets.
My orders were recover the medium used to convey the secrets leaked from the ministry, and do it on the QT. Strictly hush-hush.
And that explains why, when I presented this disc as evidence to the court, you objected so heavily, I presume.
because she knew that it contained highly confidential information.
Why? Not likely. I mean, I wasn't that sure of it myself. I realized that there was a possibility, that's all. Inspector, surely you're not saying that in order to acquire the second of these music box discs, you didn't reveal confidential details of the crime scene to the witness. You aid and abet this man in giving false testimony. There's no other way that Mr. Graydon could have known of the existence of the peephole. It's the only explanation. A deal was struck between these two men. No!
Objection!
And I stress if these sovereign assertions just turns out to be founded in truth, it would mean that Whoops. It would mean that the second disc is as we speak, here in this very courtroom. Wait, what? In this room? How could you possibly make a claim like that? Because Inspector Gregson is a Scotland Yard detective.
What? What's that supposed to mean, eh?
As a seasoned policeman, the inspector will have approached this alleged deal with caution. Certainly, he would not have accepted a gentleman's agreement in this matter. No, he would have insisted on having the article agreed upon in the palm of his hand.
Good gracious! Then, you mean to say Inspector Gregson already has the item in question in his possession? He has the second disc actually in his...
Whoops, I'm talking way too strong for the judge.
He has the second disc actually in his person.
Yes!
The defense demands that the inspector is searched at once!
Definitely! They could only have struck a deal with each other like when Jeannie was testifying before, and Grexy hasn't moved from the witness stand since.
My lord, please, order an examination of his personal effects immediately!
Well, Inspector? This young lad wants to turn down his imagination. He's insulted me in my profession quite enough. However, if it'll put this matter to bed and dispel any doubts about my involvement, then I'll happily submit to a body search.
What? He's going to agree to it?
I presume you're aware of the precipice in which you now tether my learned student friend. You made a most serious allegation against Scotland Yard here. If following the search of the inspector personal effect, no disc is found, you will be deemed unfit for court service. This trial will end, and my country's government will formally demand of yours that you are severely reprimanded.
That sounds serious.
Indeed. To have a visiting student make such a defamatory remarks about our country's most senior police force is not something Her Majesty government will be able to overlook.
You're just training Irena because you're scared! The accusation is beyond serious. She must be prepared for grave consequences.
It's true. I can't imagine Gregson would have accepted a gentleman's agreement for something so critical. This must have physically changed hands, which means the inspector should have it. But somehow, something doesn't feel quite right here.
Very well, counsel. You know the implications. So let me ask you one final time.
Yes, my lord?
Do you still persist in formally requesting a search of the inspector's personal effects?
Search someone else. I know where it is. Yes. The defense formally demands the search to be conducted.
Well,
don't say you were in war.
Wait, did I choose correctly?
But your typical Nipponese stubbornness may well land you in hot water this time. Perhaps the lesson will do you some good.
fair enough. I've got nothing to hide. Very well, then. Bailiff, conduct a search of the inspector's personal effects.
Objection! The defense demands a search, but not of the Inspector Gregson.
What? Now what's all this? I'm the one you're accusing, eh? I thought you wanted to search me.
No, Inspector. Not you. Somebody else.
What's the meaning of all of this, eh? Lost it at last, have you, sunshine? The court shouldn't have put up with the court shouldn't have to put up with this nonsense. You're being completely irrational.
Nash.
Be quiet, all of you.
Oh.
Be quiet, all of you! Rena's doing what you all told him to do, and having the courage of his convictions. So you should respect and listen to what he has to say in good faith. Because that's the British way!
Well said, young lady. Indeed, this court is in awe of the defense counsel's conviction and eagerly awaits his next words.
You what? Now don't be hasty, my lord.
If I'm not mistaken about the things I've seen in court today, I'm fairly sure that I know who has the desk at the moment. There's only one person it can be.
Counsel,
Of whom do you want this to request this search from?
Take that!
Of my lord, Mr. Nash Skullking!
well, I never.
God, that was beautiful.
Very well then. Bailiff, restrain the witness and conduct a thorough search of his personal effects. Please, my lord. Inspector, Scotland Yard as the object of the search.
Objection!
Unfortunately for you, Inspector, your objections carry no weight here. In this courtroom, only the prosecution and the defense have the authority to object.
But Lord Van Six,
I have no idea what forces are in play that might influence your actions. But personally, I have no intention of obstructing the course of this trial.
Bailiff, carry out the search.
Now, hold on, I'm all. I don't know nothing. Nothing about no disc. Cut it out!
Here, my lord,
In the witness pocket. I found this.
good lord, that's...
Another music box disc.
I don't know nothing about it. Nothing.
That is the second music box disc left behind by Magnus McGillen. Is it not, Inspector Gregson? I like doing those grunts.
Order, order, order! Mr. Corking, what have you said for yourself?
Gordon Bennett, Gordon Fleming Bennett. I swear I didn't know nothing about the disc. Honest to God.
Counsel, would you please explain what exactly is going on here? The leash deal was between this witness and this detective, no?
Without question, my lord.
Then for pity's sake, why on earth was this man in possession of the disc that the inspector traded for information?
Inspector Gregson is a shrewd, calculating man who rarely loses his composure. But at one particular point in this trial, he exhibited some unusual behavior for a brief moment.
I don't recall. What unusual behavior?
Yeah. It was... yes, during my cross-examination of Mr. Graydon. Tell me, Mr. Graydon, when you left the pawnbrokery that night, was it by any chance with the second disc in your jacket pocket? Admit to nothing of the sort. While Mr. Graydon answered my questions, the inspector appeared to have grabbed Nash Culkin by his coat and was shaking him violently.
Yeah, he didn't know. Told me nothing was gonna fall out clean off, I did.
I was wishing I'd been born as me brother I was.
And what exactly happened to make the detective attack you like that?
I ain't got a clue. He just suddenly turned and grabbed me while grabbed me whistling and then started shaking me. I the police didn't mention that they're gone when got shut down the station. That's what he said. Oh no, I forgot to record this. Yelled it right down my ear hole, it did. My head's still throbbing now.
The way the detective behaved then was extremely out of character. But looking back now, it must have been Dan when he did it. That was the opportunity Inspector Gregson created for himself in order to hide the disc. Good boys, well boys, my word!
Did it? You! But I'm afraid I fail to comprehend the motive here. If the detective had acquired the disc he was after, why on earth would he then present to hide it in another man's pocket? This is Gordon Parole. He could have submitted the item as evidence.
It would appear, my lord, that the inspector was not at liberty to do that.
However not.
As the man himself rebelled earlier, his current assignment has some special conditions.
My orders were: recover the medium used to convey the secrets leaked from the ministry, and do it on the cutie. Strictly hush hush. Hush hush! Hush hush! What top secret assignment is it?
As far as we're aware, the information stolen comes from confidential government communications. It would seem that if the information were to be revealed in court as evidence, it would be problematic. Does that sum up the situation, Inspector?
I'm operating on the direct orders from the ministry. I'm afraid I'm not at liberty to answer that question.
So, realizing there was a chance that you may be searched here in court, you took steps to hide the disc you had acquired from the witness.
Ah, does this mean?
He only pretended to attack Mr. Skulkin in order to get close enough to him. To slip the second disc into his pocket.
So it was all a pretense? Well now, Inspector Gregson, and you, Mr. Graydon. Are you prepared to admit to the accusation made against you of this alleged deal?
Admit to it. Yours truly, please.
Mr. Graydon!
Clearly, our Eastern visitor has an uncommonly active imagination. However, there is no proof that I passed that disc to the inspector.
Objection!
But then, how do you explain the reason why you knew about the peephole?
I'm under no obligation to explain.
What?
Yes, I lied in my testimony. That I admit, so sentence me accordingly. But that is all I admit. Murder, leaking government secrets, striking a deal with the detective. All of it is this young Easterman's fancy. I have no idea what any of this is about.
You... What? God, I'm sweating like crazy because this keeps going. Well, what about you then, Inspector Gregson? Do you admit to making a deal with Mr. Graydon in order to acquire the disc?
Ladies and gents of the jury, as a Scotland Yard inspector, I will declare this and nothing more. I am acting in the best interest of the country. Whatever I've done, it's been in the name of justice. So, as members of the public of this fine country, I'd like to think that justice will be your guiding line when you're making your decision. This is quite a quandary indeed. Rarely have I encountered such extraordinary tumultuousness in the concluding of the trial. Nevertheless, in the absence of any further evidence to be presented, I believe it is time that we put the matter to the jury for their final rulings. Well now, as fellow servant of Queen and country, I must say I sympathize with the old inspector.
Yes, he's a dependable man. I'm quite sure in service one becomes a good judge of character.
Even crossing your eyes doesn't help when it comes to looking at this case. It's so blurred to me. Well, as a fellow professional, I'd like to put my faith in the detective, really.
Raiden is highly skilled. Open it. Stop. Currently in process of hiding. Stop.
Detective has very much trusting eyes. More than this, I cannot say.
I don't believe it. These 6 jurors are... They're going to believe Gregson if they declare the decision now. Is Ginny going to be found guilty? I don't manage to produce some definitive evidence right now, then we're going to lose.
Either some proof that
Graydon killed Mr. Windybank or stole those government secrets. Or some evidence to force Gregson into admitting that he struck a deal with the witness.
Well then, counsel, I think it's time I impose on the jurors to declare their final decisions, no? That is, unless you have some compelling evidence you have thus far not presented to the court.
I'll let the judge call on the jurors to announce their claims. Gina will be found guilty. But there's no choice then, Bruno. You have to throw some evidence at them. This is it now. It all comes down to this. Who do I present evidence against? Gregson or Graydon?
I haven't used this whole case. Why? Okay. So now this is the big one. The huge one. No. 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 It's not the fact that I'm a lawyer. So I'm struggling greatly. The jury is not gonna help me. I cannot leave it to them. If I do, I'm gonna lose the case. God, I don't know. Wait. Wait. Mr. Graydon, there is one final piece of evidence I would like you to see.
You misguided fool. Whatever you intend to show me now, you'll be wasting your time. You have nothing left to lose. I assured you I will admit to nothing.
This is my last chance. It looks like I'm going to have to force his hand here. A final piece of evidence to get him to admit to the deal he clearly struck on the stand. The code. No. No, it's not how he did know about the code. It's... I guess I should start with the code at least.
Take that!
I don't know this, Council.
Irrefutable proof, my lord. The corrupt dealings that went on between these two men. Or perhaps irrefutable proof of the corrupt workings of my learned friend's mind.
Really, Council, at this stage of the proceedings, I would have expected a more considered argument. The defense will duly be penalized.
They only struck that deal at the very last possible moment when they were on the stand. What's more, there's no love lost between them, clearly. It was strictly business.
If you think about it, murder and treason are both such a serious crime.
Yes, punishable by death.
Though I don't think old Silk is going to admit to either anytime soon, do you?
No, Gregson on the other hand. He's just refusing to admit to what happened because he's been sworn to secrecy, out of a sense of duty.
I wonder... if Gregson lips are sealed because he's determined to do his duty, then perhaps surprise them open. You're going to have to be determined enough to do your duty too, you know?
Of course. He'd do anything to follow his orders, so... So, in that case, it's not to Graydon.
Tell me the truth!
What is going to make this guy talk? I don't think that my armband is gonna be... But... I mean, let's try it.
Take that!
Okay, so no, it's not this. Definitely not this. So... could it be? That would be really weird.
Take that!
No. I'm gonna lose here? At the end? Okay. Think it over. Think it over. Something? He'd do anything to follow his orders. So...
Take that!
the music box! Is that Mr. McGilda's peculiar music box, Council? Yes, with a disc already in place, ready to play. I think perhaps now it would be a good time to listen to the sound produced by the music box again. Only this time, with the second disc we've just discovered set in place as well. Goodness, this disc, Council?
Hold it!
No! Wait! I can't let you do that!
Why not?
Because, well... because it's got nothing to do with this case. That's why.
Objection!
Not true, Inspector!
Eh?
The defense has already proposed that the sounds heard by the court earlier from this music box were part of a Morse code message. We know that Morse code comprises of two distinct tones. The defense believes that the second disc contains the second tone needed to complete the message. And now we have a chance to confirm that theory.
We're crying out loud, Sunshine! We're talking about state secrets here! If you don't let in the whole courtroom hear confidential information like that, it's treason!
Then do you admit the charge? That in order to protect those state secrets, you engage in unlawful dealings with the witness?
You're mad! If you let that secret information out in the public domain, you'll be making an enemy of the entire British government, you idiot!
Objection!
Let's not forget, Inspector, that you, a Scotland Yard officer, leaked the confidential case details to a witness. That you continue to lie to the court, and all because by fair means or foul, you're determined to do your duty. Well, by fair means or foul, I'm prepared to do mine.
Don't you dare!
I will stop at nothing to protect my client. I don't care who I make an enemy of. My lord, if you please! The court must hear the sounds made by that music box!
Come on, Band 6, for Pete's sake, stop it!
Objection!
Inspector, you should know my methods by now. I'm a prosecutor. I'm no Scotland Yard puppet. In this courtroom, my duty is to the law, so let me propose a toast to uncovering the truth by fair means or foul.
No!
Very well, the defense's stance here and that of the prosecution has been made very clear, I feel. Therefore, in accordance with the defense's request, the court will now listen as this music box is set in operation once more. This time, with the second disc in place, on both discs playing simultaneously. If you don't do something, Gregson. Oh, listen to that. It's unmistakable now. It's Morse code.
Alright, I admit it! Whatever you want, for the love of God, shut that blooming box up!
Let me ask you again then, Inspector Gregson. Did you Or did you not strike a deal with the witness next to you in the stand? Mr. Ashley Graydon.
Specifically, did you furnish the witness with confidential case details in exchange for this music box disc? Did you reveal the existence of the peephole in the pawnbroker storeroom door, Inspector? I did.
Stop! What are you doing, man?
It's all exactly like the young Eastern lawyer said. When the trial resumed after the recess, and we were stood here in the stand together, that's when he approached me with a deal.
Shut up, you imbecile! Shut up! Psst, you there? You're the detective who turned up at this pawnbroker the other day, aren't you? I may have something you're looking for, Inspector, with me at this very moment. So how about a trade? I suggest you accept. Or information that may make certain individuals uncomfortable, while some become very public indeed.
I couldn't let that information become public knowledge, not under any circumstances. So I accepted the man's proposal, and I told him details about the case that should have put him in the clear. The peephole in the storeroom door, the blood stain on the overcoat.
By giving false testimony, the witness... Whoops! By giving the false testimony, this witness intended to have the defendant wrongly accused of murder. Inspector, you knew that! Yet you still revealed those details to facilitate the witness's perjury.
I did. But then it turned out that the peephole had only been made that night after the incident took place. Scotland Yard wasn't aware of that, if I'm perfectly honest.
Well, Mr. Graydon, what do you have to say for yourself? There's nothing and no one left for you to hide behind. You struck a deal with the inspector in order to escape the conviction of a very serious crime. Namely this. You are the third intruder who broke into the pawnbroker in the night in question. And you perpetrated the murder on of the It was cool. And you perpetrated the murder of the proprietor, Mr. Bob Windibank. You! Traitor! Is this strangling him?
Bailiff! Restrain the man! At once!
I cannot believe that he was attacking the detective. That was very cool. That's it then. It's all over.
I despise my life growing up. Those slums are my places. I was cursed from birth, born into poverty. The son of a penny-slave artisan. My parents did nothing but quarrel all day long. What little money they had was never spent on me. So I set about studying to better myself, to one day escape from that hellhole.
And you eventually became a communications officer. I admire your determination.
But then you decided to try to sell government secrets? Why?
Isn't it obvious? Because I wanted money.
Oh my god.
Even now, years later, the nightmares of my life in the slums wake me in the small hours. I wanted to drown them out with more money than anyone who lived in that squalor could ever imagine. Then one day, I met him. Mr. Magnus McGilded.
Oh, Magnus McGilded was the main villain. You're fine with a quarterling, so you are. I've money to throw your way if you're interested. All you need to do is go along with me little planning now.
I was to steal the Ministry's telegraphics messages logs, and Matilda would buy them for a handsome sum. As I was responsible for inspection of the Ministry Communications Office, it was a simple enough task. The lure of the T-Bill's offering. How easy it is to succumb.
But you must surely have realized the seriousness of the crime you were committing.
And for that reason, I took great lengths to ensure that my actions were untraceable.
By using the music box.
My father was a brickmaker, though my mother divorced him when I was still a child.
Yes, Mr. Mason Milverton.
That's right. He was very skilled with his hands. He'd once been a music box maker's apprentice. I imagine his skills would be sufficient to create a machine that could generate Morse code. So I sought out my father again to employ his services. It was the first time I'd seen him since I left the slums 10 years earlier.
Wow! Look at you, Ashley. What a fine gent you've become, huh?
He was a different man to the one in my memory, a thin, frail old man. But poverty had never broken him, never corrupted him like it had me. I was sure that he would help me if I told him the real reason. No, I was sure that he wouldn't help me if I told him the real reason. So I made up a story. I've got some work for you, father. I need some music box discs made.
Music posters, eh? A musician friend of
mine has written some music he wants to sell to the public. I brought the score with me. There are two, actually. I'd be delighted.
I'd be delighted, son. It's been 20 years since I did any work like this, though. Fetch my tools, would you? They're in the loft.
That's how I had him make the two discs.
Thereby, it's splitting the information in two. You are taking considerable precautions indeed.
I was to protect myself such as anything. It meant that I could deal with Matilda in two separate transactions. The first involved the first of the two discs and the music box for playing them. I exchanged them with Matilda for 10 guineas. Then on receipt of the second disc, he would pay 1,000 guineas.
So, what happened on the omnibus 2 months ago? Was the second part of the deal? The chance of the second disc?
Yes. I'd sold the man information that way a number of times already, but it seems he became reluctant to part with his money.
But that doesn't quite make sense, Mr. Graydon. Or why was it that on the omnibus 2 months ago? Your father, Mr. Milverton, was the one dealing with Mr. McGilded and not yourself.
When I received the 1,000 guineas after my first completing dealings with McGilded, I decided to give 200 to my father for his troubles. But my father realized something was amiss. In time, he worked out that I must be involved in something obvious, and when he did, he said to me,
Next time there's an exchange, you let your old man do it, understand? Otherwise, I won't take your money anymore. Wow.
That was my father's way of dealing with it, I suppose. Climb into the omnibus, hand over the disc and take the money from my gilder. That's it. He had no idea what was actually on the disc I'd asked him to make. He never knew. Just like I'll never know why everything went so horribly wrong that night. All I know is that the disc was taken from him, and he never returned home. It was only then that I found out what sort of monster McGilded really was. So after 10 years of not once uttering it, I swore on my father's name. To exact revenge.
Revenge? As anyone with even the remotest knowledge of the man will no doubt be able to imagine, McGilded brought all his wealth and influence to bear in the most despicable of ways. To crush any semblance of justice in his trial. The crime scene was tampered with, evidence was fixed, and witnesses were bribed. That trial 2 months ago was a farce from start to finish. My feet had barely touched British soil back then, and I walked into the hornet's nest completely unaware of the sinister background to it all.
I'd made plenty of money out of my dealings with McGilded by then, so I spared nothing in my arrangement 2 months ago, and knew exactly who to hire. If you're willing to pay the price, there are people in this city willing to do anything you ask. McGilded himself had shown me that.
Are you saying that?
I think you have the picture now. After he twisted everything to his favor and discarded him to ensure that he was free, I took matters into my own hands and delivered the justice that monster deserved.
He killed McGilded!
That tragic incident following the trial here 2 months ago was planned and executed by yours truly.
McGilded's death that day was caused by this man.
Everything is ready, sir. If you'd like to follow me into the courtroom.
What's this over there? There's sooner than I was led to believe.
I hope it's not inconvenient, sir. There were some changes to the schedule.
Now I can give the real voice to this guy. Well, I must be making tracks now. This time for the inspection. They're going to examine the omnibus again, so I'm told. I asked if I could be present for it myself. So that policeman who came to tell McGill that he could examine the omnibus again.
That's right. An imposter.
Oh, it was not yourself.
An imposter hired by me. McGilded uses his well to manipulate the trial. He paid people to adulterate the omnibus with all manners of false evidence. He threatened witnesses to lie in their testimony. So I gave the man a taste of his own medicine. Once the omnibus was doused in paraffin, one of my sham police men ushered McGilded inside and sent him on a one-way journey to hell. An eye for an eye. That's how I avenged my father's death.
A spine-chilling account indeed.
But that wasn't the end of it for me. There was a loose end, you see.
A loose end?
Yes, I should think it's obvious. The second disc, which my father had taken to exchange with McGilded.
Oh, yes. There was indeed no mention of it in the man's trial 2 months ago. Clearly because it had been removed from the scene of the crime.
When I realized it was missing, I remembered something. Something from the first time I dealt with McGilded.
Wow.
This is the first of the 2 discs, and the music box you need to play them.
Well, look at that now! What an ingenious little invention! So then, as promised, the engine is for you, young man.
What's this? Windybank's pawnbroker.
Aye, this is a pawnbroker's ticket, so it is. You can easy to redeem an article that they deposited there for you. There's no need to give a name. Just hand over the ticket and tell the Fiend the watchword. I put a jewel in Pomfrey. It'll fetch a good 10 guineas if you sell it, so it will. I never
heard of a pawnbroker being used in quite that way before.
Have you not, Mr. Graydon? London's pawnbrokeries are very useful places, you know. Each one is like an extremely secure vault.
So I knew that if he'd taken steps to hide the disc, it would be in that pawnbrokery somewhere. And that on the night he killed my father, on the night he killed my father, he must have entrusted the ticket to someone.
Yes, to Gina. I remember now that when we first met you at Windybanks that afternoon 2 days ago, you had a description of Miss Lestrade written down. How did you know who you were looking for?
From the trial, that pickpocket's testimony was clearly peculiar. Anyone could see that. I realized immediately that she was another of McGilded's pawns, that he must have treated her somehow. I was fairly convinced that it would be her who had the ticket, so I started to make some inquiries. I had a strong suspicion the girl would come out of the woodwork on the redemption deadline.
And he was absolutely right.
And yes, sure enough, she did. All I needed to do was to wait until the girl went to Windybanks to redeem the articles. But unfortunately, she redeemed only McGilded's overcoat and the one disc that was on his pocket. The all-important music box with a second disc inside was missing. Because it had already been forfeited 2 days ago earlier. But I wasn't aware of that fact. Had I not been, I could have avoided my nighttime excursion.
Meanwhile, as our investigation into the stolen government secret was progressing, we'd pick up on the fact that McGilded was involved.
Inspector, you've recovered fast!
My orders were to recover the stolen information as quickly as possible, so we started gathering the fellow's possession and examining whatever we could lay our hands on. We had a full-scale investigation going on at the yard, but we had to keep it as quiet as we could.
Then when the inspector here took the disc from me in the pawnbrokery that day, I became nervous. I was sure the music box and the second disc were still there in the shop somewhere. So I knew that it was a race against time. I had to find those articles before the police did.
So that's what prompted you to break into the place that same night. With the help of your old friends, the Skulkin brothers.
What happened that night in the pawnbrokery? I can only describe as a nightmare. While Nash and Ringo were searching the counter, I located the music box I'd sold to McGilded on the shelves for faded articles. And the second disc was inside. Yes, I slipped it into my pocket with a very deep sigh of relief. But then, something entirely unexpected happened.
What are you doing in my...
Wait, what?
Oh, what are you doing in my shop?
A gunshot broke out in the shop, and I felt a sharp pain in my left arm. The broker fired his gun, and the bullet pierced your limb. Yes, exactly! But unfortunately, I decided to bring my own gun with me that night, just in case.
Gonna be a picture? No, there was not, but I guess I get it.
Before I knew what was happening, I'd fired back. The man had already turned to flee. I hadn't intended to fire in his direction, much less kill him. But unfortunately for both of us, the bullet hit home. I had struck him in the middle of his back as he fled through the storeroom door It struck him in the middle of his back as he fled through the storeroom door for refuge. A sorry, sorry tale. It all took place in the blink of an eye. I don't imagine Nash and Ringo even realized what had happened at first. I was terrified, so I fled. And that's the whole story. That's everything that happened at Windybanks on that wretched night.
Oof. Earlier, you called McGilded a monster. A man who used his wealth and influence to distort the facts and escape justice for the crime of murder. What tragic irony! For what you have done is exactly the same. You become the very monster you saw and despise so deeply in McGilded.
Yes, I think I have.
Well, this has been a long and exhausting trial. However, it would seem that at last we have arrived at the truth. Inspector Gregson, what of Ashley Creighton?
It's been restrained, my lord, and it's been escorted into the yard. He'll be charged with the murder of Mr. Windybank and the stealing of government secrets.
Very good.
And you, Inspector, regrettably, you will have to face charges yourself.
Yes, my lord. Of course. It transpired that you were complicit in helping a criminal escape justice. That fact remains whether or not you were doing so in the line of duty. The crime is a serious one, Inspector, and inexcusable. Now to the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade.
Oh, yeah?
It is time for the final adjudication. Is the jury ready, Mr. Foreman?
Yes, sir! Carry that squadron standing by, sir! This is really it now! The last punch, the final call, the finishing whistle! The men are ready to deliver their verdicts!
Thank you, Mr. Foreman.
Very well. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will now declare your final decisions to the court.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty. Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
That's the stuff! I'm off the hook! Finally, Reno! You might finally manage to do it!
Finally is the word. I really wasn't sure if we'd come out on top of for a while there.
Sissy was right. You're the best lawyer in the world.
Oh, so that's where this phrase came from. Miss Lestrade, I am not finished with you yet.
Huh? What are you looking at me like that for?
Before you start enjoying your freedom, there are certain other crimes you can consider,
Huh?
2 months ago, in my courtroom no less, you gave false testimony, did you not? And in relation to the trial today, not only did you unlawfully enter Windybank's pawnbrokery, you also attempted to abscond with Mr. McGilded's property, it seems.
Huh? I never done nothing of the sort! Of course not. It's not like you were gleefully wearing Mr. McGilded coats in your cell yesterday, or anything. And just when I was getting excited about throwing a party for Ginny this evening.
Turning our attention to the defense. Determining that when played together, the music box disc contained a message on Morse code was, well, certainly a most unexpected revelation, counsel. Quite so, my lord. The prosecution was caught entirely off guard. In fact, I think we should applaud my learned friend's courage here today. I propose a toast to demanding that government secret be disseminated before the entire court. Okay? Very sorry about that. It was the only way that I could get Inspector Gregson to admit what he'd done, so... If I may say something on that point, isn't that... It's, about the sounds produced by the music box before. I do wonder if that was really Morse code at all. What are you saying, madam? Oh, well, it's just that I'm really rather fanatical when it comes to Morse code, you see. So much so that the whole world seems to become covered in dots and dashes to me, in fact.
Goodness, madam, an unhealthy level of obsession one feels.
But I must say that in my opinion, the sounds produced by those two discs were nothing more than that, a meaningless series of two different tones. What? What? Can that really be? It wasn't Morse code after all? My lord! The defense would like to listen to the music box again!
Are you off your nut? How many times do I have to tell you? Those discs contain ministerial secrets, sunshine!
This call room is not an appropriate forum to discuss the nature of the government communications. We know McGilded conspired to trade national secrets with our enemies, secrets acquired from Mr. Cragen. Now that the man has admitted to his crimes, we have no need to pursue the matter further. But it's really going to bother me.
Miss Lestrade.
Yeah, my lord?
That which you have seen today here in this courtroom has been extremely disturbing.
Falsified evidence, intimidation, perjury, a grim catalog of depravity.
An appalling experience to befall any child.
Come on! It ain't nothing I don't see most days in package slums.
I beg your pardon?
If you're weak, you pay for it. That's just how life goes. Gina. But look, I reckon I've worked something out today. The world ain't fair, but if you want it to change, you've gotta start at home. You've gotta change how you are yourself.
Well, that's a very laudable lesson, I would say. I really look forward to the born-again Miss Lestrade never gracing my quorum with her presence again. Now, with regard to the murder of Mr. Pop Windybank, proprietor of pawnbrokery business on Baker Street, I hereby declare the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade.
Really?
That is all. Court is adjourned.
Now what? On a personal note, I must say you've surprised me, my Far Eastern friend. Oh! Despite being a Nipponese, you saw through the pretense to the malice that festered within that Englishman, and at the same time saw through the crime to the surprising heart of your English client. You have a curious talent for judging character, especially considering our very different cultures. I don't think there's anything curious about it. Whether we're from the Empire of Great Britain or the Empire of Japan, we're all human beings. We're not so very different on the inside. You know, I took this case for one very simple reason. To lock swords with you once again here in the courtroom. You did?
when I encountered you for the first time 2 months ago, it reminded me of toasting friendship and trust with another Nipponese, only to find my trust betrayed. Through you, I hope to look into the eyes of the man I once knew and try to understand. You mentioned something similar earlier today, about total betrayal at the hands of the Japanese. What happened exactly? Well, you may ask. And one day, when the time comes, you will learn the answer, whether you like it or not. Alright, then I'll wait for that day if I must. Coming to be known as the Reaper of the Bailey, and my retirement from service 5 years ago, it gives me cause to wonder if our meeting has some deeper purpose. So farewell, my learned Nipponese fellow, until we meet again. Wow, this game really leaves the opportunity for the sequel. If this is the ending of the case. I'm exhausted. It's done. It's over at last. But where's Iris disappeared to? Congratulations, Gina! I knew it all along. I knew that you were innocent. Well, you did what you said, Mr. Naruto. You believe in me, right up to the end. You're a son at your name. What's that about it? I told you I had faith in you, didn't I? No one ever asked before, see? Kept a promise I made, properly. That's awful. I figured something out today. All my life, growing up in the slums, I've never trusted no one. But that's just because I've been scared of being stabbed in the back. I mean, the more you trust someone, the more it hurts when they let you down. Yes, I think I can understand that. After all, I had a taste of it in that trial 2 months ago. I chose to trust someone and paid for it. That betrayal left a bit scarred. You know though, Gina, I worked something out quite recently too. Trusting in someone else is really an exercise in learning to trust yourself. When your gut tells you it's the right thing to do, and your trust is rewarded, there's no better feeling in the world. I think I have to you to thank for reminding me of that valuable lesson. Oh well, if you say so. Don't make a bad loss out of sense to me though. I'm trying to say that putting my faith in you, Gina, has been a real pleasure. For crying out loud, back at him! But I suppose I sort of feel the same way. I mean, sometimes trusting someone else is, you know, alright. Thanks. This is the way I see it, Ryunosuke. A defense lawyer is only as good as his faith in his client. And that comes down to how much faith he has in himself. After this experience, I'm starting to feel like I understand what you mean. Asuna, am I living up to your expectations? And turning out to be the lawyer you believe I could be? Pardon the interruption.
Pardon the interruption, but what the deuce does a man have to do to be noticed around here, my dear fellow? God damn it, Sherlock. Oh, the boys! It's too late. It's too late for that voice now, Mr. Naruto. I've been standing here patiently in the corner of the room for an eternity. Oh, yes, it was me all along, I would say when I finally noticed. But you people with your incessant jabbering! Wait, Mr. Schultz? Oh, yes, it was me all along, you see. Ah, Schultz. I'd assumed you've been taken back to the hospital, to be honest. Indeed I was, but I managed to escape again. Oh god, he escaped the first time. Oh. I happen to be aware of one or two foibles of the doctor who was tending me. I merely made my knowledge of them known to the man, and he happily issued me with a leap of absence. How very above board. But enough of my adventures. That was a very fine victory, Mr. Naruto. Your tireless effort just rewarded, I feel. Congratulations, Sarinoda. As a close friend, I tip my hand on it. Oh, thank you. Some great detective you are. Great at being cold as ice, maybe. Have I irked you in some way, Miss Lestrade? While you've been having us news on your nights of bed, some of us have been fighting for our lives. Ah, well, that bullet did cause me to lose a substantial amount of blood, it's true. Though I have indeed been feeling somewhat cold. Not perhaps as cold as ice, but, well, have a feel. Would you take your hands off my neck, please, Mr. Holmes? Hey, in some way, I suppose. Congratulations on in order for you too, Miss Lestrade. What's that supposed to mean? Why so hard? Well, naturally, it isn't my intention to alarm you, but... An acquittal on a trial with that particular prosecution, you're perhaps a little precarious. Well done, Mr. Sholmes. Not alarming in the slightest. Ah, the Reaper, you mean? Because anyone who's found not guilty in a trial and was working on it winds up dead anyway, is that it? The very point I was trying to make. As it's simplified by the fate of Mr. McGilden, in fact. Ah, but of course, I pay no attention to such irrational drivel myself. Yeah, well, it don't bother me. Oh, really? There's not! The way I see it, the Reaper's a bit like I'm upstairs. I'm upstairs? I'm upstairs, you mean like God? Yeah, I'm upstairs knows what's what, huh? He knows what people are like on the inside. He won't have got the wrong end of the stick. There are some cops like that Maltrotter who are run into the court. At the end of the day, I'm upstairs makes sure they get what they deserve. I suppose that's one way of looking at it. Divine justice is one thing, though. The Reaper taking matters into his own hands and claiming lives is another. Well, I like that my girl is out this war, so I ain't scared. I got principles, see? A trading Jew which is to be admired, Miss Lestrade. Oi! Just give it a rest, alright? As I was saying, congratulations are in order. The news of your acquittal was very welcome news to me indeed. Let me express my heartfelt congratulations, Ina. Well,
There you are, Hurley! How long have you been here? Honestly, I went to the main entrance especially to meet you there.
Ah, Iris, my dear, I do apologize. But wait until I tell you what happened. This pair made utter fools of themselves.
What happened?
As you know, I have a penchant for disguise. I was hiding in this room dressed as a bailiff. But these dolls didn't notice my presence at all! They had no idea! Can you imagine, Iris, when you created it?
I'm not sure, really.
I beg your pardon?
I'm sorry, Harley, but you just don't have the witty presence you seem to think you have. In fact, you really have to be careful about that. It's going to land you in trouble one day.
I'll be careful. Ouch!
Anyway, it's such a shame. I wasn't hoping to throw a party for Ginny tonight. But you won't be able to come, will ya? Don't look like I'm gonna be going nowhere for a while. You're the Judge Potter. I got stuff to make amends for, apparently. All of them offenses. What was it again? Breaking and entering, taking the Bugter's stuff what was in lock? And blah blah blah. Yes, I think you'll find that basically being a pickpocket is the main offense. But that ain't an offense. It's a job, ain't it? I don't think so! Still, it has got me thinking all this. Maybe I should start looking for another line of work. I mean, you didn't start off as a lawyer, did you, Oda? Well, no, but I was never really a pickpocket. Well, anyway, I reckon I could make a change. I'm gonna do something for all them lot like me from the slums. Something that makes a difference for them. That's a wonderful idea, Genie, and I'm sure you can do it. What is it? Nothing.
Miss Gina Lestrade! The prison carriage has arrived, ma'am. Come with me to the rear gate at once.
Right. Well, looks like I'm off then.
Yes, goodbye, Gina. And good luck.
Odo?
Yes?
What was that for? I don't know, I mean, I don't know what to say, so...
Indeed. Perhaps the situation calls for a phrase hitherto missing from your vocabulary, Miss Lestrade.
Huh?
On occasions such as this, I would recommend a simple thank you.
Oh, yes. It's good advice, Genie. Right. I say it well.
Thanks, Otto. Oh my god, this is gonna make me cry.
Thank you for everything what you've done. For believing in me.
Not at all. In fact, that should be my line. Thank you, Gina. Well, there she goes. I wonder if I'll ever see her again. Well, quite indomitable papers.
Oh, I nearly forgot about a paper outside. It's a special edition and describes us over the front page. Pickpockets and innocence proven! Isn't it wonderful?
Should have shown it to Gina, Iris. She would have been thrilled.
Oh no, how silly of me. But anyway, would you like the good news or the bad news?
Not again.
Well, what do you say, Runa? Early?
As usual, I think I'd rather get the bad news out of the way first. Absolutely no. I have no intention of listening to anything but good news.
And there you have it. How people answer that question says a lot about them, doesn't it?
Let's not go there.
Alright then, maybe let's start with the good news this time. The rain has finally stopped. It was a record level of rainfall, apparently.
Well, that is good news indeed. We can journey back in greater comfort. Alright then, what's the bad news?
The huge storm has left the seas very choppy. The channel in particular is awful, so sailors out of Dover have been delayed by a day or more.
Wait, Dover?
That's right. If we head to the station immediately, we may still make it in time to wave Susie off.
There won't be a train, surely. We couldn't be that lucky. Who do you think I am, Mr. Naruto? Mr. Jones? I reached the Victoria Station earlier and made the arrangements for a special express. If we hurry now, we shall be there in time for dinner. And I know of a fine restaurant that serves the most delicious baked sword. So the great detective does it again! Indeed he does. I happen to be aware of a number of rail transport of director's foibles. What? I merely made my knowledge of them known to the man and happily laid on the locomotive elementary. Just an idea, but it might be wise to stop manipulating people that way.
What are we waiting for then? London Victoria!
That took somewhat longer than I had anticipated.
Sissy's boat must be about to leave now.
Miss Osato, where are you? Over there, look! It looks like she's reading something.
Hold it!
Miss Osato, wait! What are you doing? Mr. Naruto? What are you doing here? We came as soon as we could after the trial. I mean, we heard that sailings were delayed due to the bad weather, you see.
Oh, I see. Then tell me, how did Gina's trial go?
It went well. She was acquitted.
That's wonderful. Really wonderful news.
The book you were about to throw into the sea. It was your Encyclopedia of British Law, wasn't it?
Oh dear. I was hoping you hadn't seen that. I'm not worthy of practicing law in any way now. So I was saying my final farewell.
You are saying goodbye to law? You, Susato-san? Would I be correct in assuming it's because of the peephole, Miss Susato? I deliberately altered the scene of the crime, and then I tried to hide that fact. What I did is utterly unforgivable!
That reminds me. How did you even come to have this, Susie?
On the evening of the incident, Mr. Jones had invited Gina to dinner, if you remember.
Oh yes, we had a wonderful time.
Well, Gina gave us a little introductory lesson, didn't she? To the art of pickpocketing, I mean.
Oh, that was so much fun. I stole Runa's armband.
Yes, please don't do that again, Iris. That band's very important to me.
Well, if it isn't so important, you should pay more attention to it. You didn't notice for ages.
On a whim, I thought it would be fun to see if I could take the cat flap-o-mat, so I put it up my sleeve.
Really?
And then I rather forgot about it, until I found myself in Mr. Windibank's shop with it later that night. I see. And then? Finally. After Mr. Naruhodo had left the shop, I started to think that doors started to play on my mind. The storeroom door, you mean? Yes. If Gina was anywhere in the shop, I realized it could only be behind that door. And at that moment, the little device that I had up my sleeve sprang to mind. I wasn't worried about Gina. I simply had to know. So you used the cat flap-o-mat to make the peephole in the door.
As captured in a photographic print of the shop. By one of Hurley's red-handed recorders.
Indeed, it was of the first importance at that point. Precisely when the peephole was made. That information would prove to be Mr. Naruhodo's greatest weapon. Though naturally, without proof, it would have amounted to nothing. But when I looked through the hole in the door, the sight that met my eyes made my blood run cold. That started to run through my mind. I remember that trial 2 months ago earlier. The trial of Magnus McGilder. I thought about how he had manipulated the evidence and arranged false testimony to secure his freedom. It made the British justice system feel very dark and sinister to me. And then, a terrible thought occurred to me. What if some wicked criminal was planning to do the same thing now? Because from the appearance of the crime scene, it would look exactly as though Gina had shot Mr. Windibank. Even though I was sure she would never have done such a thing. You were worried that the true culprit would try to frame her for the crime. That's right, but then I realized. It would be very difficult for anyone to give false testimony in this case. What do you mean? Well, the crime appeared to have happened behind the door of a locked room. For someone to claim falsely that to have witnessed it, there would have been to be a way to see beyond the door. For which, a peephole would be the very thing. Only the peephole I had made wasn't actually there until after the crime had been committed, of course. And the criminal would know that, so it wouldn't make any difference. But the possibility of a rather ingenious trap was there, was it not? A trap? Is that why she did it?
So, is that why you keep it a secret, Susie? You never mentioned that you made a peephole to anyone, not even to the police. I know, and I knew at the time what I was doing was wrong, a criminal offense even. That's why I decided to confide in Mr. Sholmes. If Mr. Naruhodo was completely backed into a corner, with no other possible means of escape, the truth about the peephole could save him. That was my plan.
She really does think of everything. But then, why didn't you just tell me everything before the trial began? My dear fellow, you're not thinking straight. If she had done that, it would have rendered you complicit in the whole debate. You could have been disbarred if you had been seen to have been knowing to tamper with a crime scene. So Mrs. Sato decided to shoulder the burden of responsibility alone. For your sake, and Miss Lestrange's. Mrs. Sato. The truth is, when it happened, I did it because I'd lost a little of my faith in the law. Oh. I was worried that the right person wouldn't be convicted of the crime. But the moment I allowed myself to think that, is the moment I lost my right to call myself a judicial assistant. What you did isn't comparable to what he did. Graydon is the one who lied in the witness stand, using that peephole as a way to implicate Gina. And besides, if the peephole inconsistency hadn't existed, I'm not at all sure that she would have been acquitted in the end. Miss Susato, what you did saved Gina's life! Well, with your kind words, Mr. Naruhodo, you've saved me too from my regrets. Well, we all must be thankful that Miss Lestrange's freedom has been assured. Yes, exactly. Although some of the loose ends in the trial will continue to play on my end, I'm sure. But the revelation that the music box contains secret messages, Mr. Naruhodo. What a triumph to work that out! I'm full of admiration. Well, actually, that argument wasn't quite as compelling as I thought it was. Oh? It wasn't? There was a communications officer among the jury members, you see, a telegraph operator, and she said that the majority of the sounds on the disc were just meaningless tones. As one would expect, after all, we're talking about secret government communications. No doubt they were written in cipher to avoid being readily understood should they have been intercepted. In cipher? Ah, I see. So then we could never have hoped to understand the message anyway. Nonsense, my dear fellow. It's quite a zero-pipe problem, I assure you. Hey! So, he. What?
Ah, so, key! Well, that can't be a real word, can it? How funny! Wait! Iris, what did you say? Oh, I just said Asaki.
What?
Does that word mean something to you?
Means something? Asagi was the name of my best friend.
What? But how? How do you know that name, Iris? I wrote it down during the trial before, when the message was playing on their music box.
She transcribed it on the fly? She really is a genius.
I thought the message probably wouldn't be reading out in plain Morse code, so I tried various ways to interpret it. But whatever I tried, the words didn't seem to make any sense. That is, in English at least. Oh! It suddenly occurred to me, you see. There's more than one Morse code, not just the English variety. Various countries around the world have altered and added the Morse code to use it in their own languages.
Don't believe it, are you saying?
That's right. I've only actually seen a chart of Japanese Morse code once before. But I think it's based on the Iroha pentagram, isn't it?
And you mean to say that in Japanese Morse code the message says Asogi?
Yes, I think so. Sorry, but I don't remember all of Japanese Morse code. Iris, would you let me see that?
Mrs. Sato, do you know it? Do you know Japanese Morse code?
Yes, I spent some time studying it. Because I'm quite sure Morse code will become ever more important for international communications.
Then might I recommend, my dear madam, that you focus your efforts on the English version.
Be that as it may, Iris, show me the message, please! Of course! But what can this possibly mean?
Whatever is in that long sequence of supposedly meaningless dots and dashes. It's made to color drain from Susato-san's face.
There's no doubt that this message is written in Japanese Morse code.
So the British Empire has been using Japanese for its secret communications?
I don't understand the reason why, but... the message appears to be a list of 4 people's names.
4 names?
The first is Kei Asogi.
Kazuma Asogi. Why? What was his name on the disc?
The second is Shin.
Shin? I don't recognize that name.
Third is T. Guregutsu.
T. Gregson?
It would seem to be as Gregson is the third man in the list.
Gregson. And what's his name doing in a secret government communication as well?
And the last name...
What's the matter, Miss Susato?
It's just so strange. So unexpected. Oh, what is it, Susie? Don't keep us in suspense.
It's gonna be Watson, right? I mean, Wilson.
The last name is J. Wilson.
What? Wilson?
John H. Wilson? You mean Daddy? It says only J. Wilson, so I'm afraid I can't be sure. Then after the 4 names it reads, if I translate this from Japanese, that is all 4. And that's the end of the message, or rather the end of what you noted down, Iris.
I just can't believe it. Who'd ever have thought? that doses contain Japanese Morse code. Not to mention a strange list of some disturbing familiar names. It would appear that this particular message is a communication of some kind between Great Britain and the Empire of Japan.
So, Daddy could be in Japan then, where Susie and Runa come from. Well... no. It's not very likely, really, is it? I mean, there are thousands of people with the surname Wilson, and there must be lots of J's among them.
Professor John H. Wilson, Resident Professor of Medicine at the Imperial Jumei University. But we can tell Iris about that now. We just can't! This is so strange. Somehow in solving the case of Mr. Windibank's murder today, I feel like I've rolled back a boulder at the mouth of a very dark cave. I do wonder if perhaps it's a dark cave that we shouldn't go wandering inside. Oh dear, the ship is going to get set sail soon. Yes, it seems so. I'll sail on that steamship first to the port of Dunking in France. Then I'll change into a larger passenger vessel bound for Japan.
You're really going then, Susie?
We wish you a safe passage, Mr. Seto. Thank you so much. I wish all of you the very best. Mr. Sato! I had hoped to have you always at my side, to guide me and support me. Mr. Naruhodo, please, come back soon. As far as I'm concerned, you really are the very best judicial assistant in the world.
I'm quite sure I'll be back before you know it. Really, Susie? Oh, now don't forget, Iris. I made you a promise I've yet to fulfill. A promise? About your manuscript.
Ah! Oh yes, the Hound of the Baskervilles.
Well, I'll be waiting for you then, Susie. A promise is a promise.
Definitely, Iris. Mr. Naruhodo. Yes?
Do you remember the first time we met?
Yes, of course. On the SS Buria, when I was dragged out from that wardrobe still half asleep. If I remember rightly, you threw me halfway across the cabin with a Susato takedown.
You know very well that I'm talking about after that. It's strange. But being thrown together as we were in that case, I somehow felt straight away that you were the perfect person to continue Kazuma-sama's great legacy.
Mr. Sato.
And my instincts were right. I really want to believe. No, I'm sure that I'll be back soon. Farewell until then.
Somehow we seem to have come to the end of the adventures of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Or the first volume, at least. Looking back now, it feels as though fate has led me on this journey.
That reminds me of the end of Persona 4.
Fate led me to becoming a lawyer, to traveling halfway around the world, to meeting the great detective. I'm sure there'll be trials and tribulations ahead. Of course there will. But whatever happens, I know I'll be able to turn my fortunes around. After all, I have the greatest friends in the world, on my side.
See you later, Susato. Oh, yes, Mr. Naruto. Yes, Mr. Sholmes? I have some rather awkward news. The railway company has decided to sue over the special express train, apparently. Oh my god, are you kidding me? Huh?
It caused such a commotion on the line, all the other trains had to wait at stations.
But really, we would never have made it to Dover in no time otherwise. Anyway, I explained everything, and now it was all your fault. God. Oh wow, they're actually landing the objection part. I believe a formal complaint should be delivered to the office tomorrow. But not to worry, my dear fellow. According to Mr. Seto,
You're not defending yourself in court.
oh my god!
It's alright, I'm perfectly happy to testify. You really didn't look like the sort of man who'd do something so outrageous. See?
Mr. Sholmes? Yes? A word if you don't mind. Why, certainly, any word you like. Bellow it out, my dear fellows.
Oh yes, I love Yuruna's words, and I'm not just the one he'll use here.
Then I really must say... Objection!
Objection!
The credits. The reason I have not started speaking is because normally during the credits of an Ace Attorney game, we have dialogue. In the following weeks, hundreds of music boxes arrived at Baker Street from all over Europe. Something was afoot, so I transpired I had ordered them all myself. So I advertised him for a sale. He's by Mr. Sholmes to solve an important case. And the money I've earned, consulting detective work, pays a pittance by comparison. Oh my god! He's a moron!
I haven't slept a wink. This manuscript is due tomorrow now, and I'm this busy Hurley usually cooks me breakfast. Well, cooks is an overstatement for Sodraitos and insipid coffee. I do miss Susie and her lovely Japanese breakfasts.
Oh my god!
Witness, your testimony is riddled with contradictions.
Exactly. Really, the red governments hide on the rear stakes themselves. Well, I don't know and knows his father, but he's an innocent fan. Already calling my son a liar. Witnesses, my courtroom is no place for your petty arguments.
So they're actually pursuing them now? Having delivered the Russian dancer to shore in Shanghai, I laid low on the steamship for a while. But last night apprehended an extremely suspicious Japanese national on board.
I done nothing wrong! All I did was give a high offspring refuge in my pocket! I'm gonna bring some kid on board and suddenly he's a hardened criminal! It's not fair!
Oh god, I love this hilarity! Scientific investigation will be the gold standard for policing in the new age. I dream of a world governed by the tenets of order and discipline. Like a great clock, in fact, whose hundreds of parts mesh together in perfect unison. Now, if you'll excuse me,
I have but 2 minutes and 37 seconds until my next appointment. I still suspect you. Especially because this game ended up on a to be continued. I don't think that you're a good guy. I'm scared.
The latest Runs magazine is out, and I'm in it again. Whenever I say that one line she wrote now, I get a standing ovation. Wanna hear it? Not bad, I suppose. For an amateur.
Ah, her ladyship put me to shame. Okay. So I'm gonna share my theory at the end, and we'll see what happens. And over somewhere along that side.
Been visiting the old girl on a daily basis of George, Johnny, my old beer. Must say, battling with those valley stairs every day has done wonders for the dicky pair. Managing rather well with the housework too, but his maid business stopped up, I say. All the gossiping neighbors didn't realize the man of the house is his own maid.
So Johnny left him?
My Rowley's back on the beat again. All thanks to the Reaper.
There's nothing I enjoy more these days than hunting out small change in the gutter. I'm better hobby now, looking out for Londoners that drop off penises. Oh, my lovely wife. Oh, Pat.
Rowley!
Oh god, they are adorable. Even if they are a bunch of morons, these two are absolutely adorable. They're poor and they don't care, they just love each other, and that's absolutely amazing.
Looks like I'm gonna be doing time for a bit now. But Iris comes every day for another, so it ain't too boring. She's always going on about all that cases what Jones is looking into. Criminal investigations are kind of interesting when you get into them.
In the original books, Lestrade was a detective. A man, but a detective. So I wonder... She gonna go the Emma's route?
Yes, I renounce my upbringing and choose a life of sophisticated crime. But regrets? Please.
Game over, Pop. That ain't the Ash we used to know. You're what time in here to plant the comeback of Melville and Skunkle Migwin, right?
The Three Muskets, what sits? Milk in the neighbors for all it's worth.
But wait. If I remember correctly, it's a capital offense what you did, so... Oh boy, you're not getting out.
These past 6 months has been a time I shall remember forevermore. Painful goodbyes and wonderful encounters. I've come to realize that's what life is all about. Naruhodo-san, I promise, your assistant will return to you one day. But for now, I leave you with many memories and a heartfelt wish that life will treat you well.
Was this while they were sleeping or something? Or a message? I want it. 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 There's more credits here. Okay, so this is absolutely beautiful. I'm gonna be honest. I feel like this ending is good, but not as good as some of the other endings in the series. Then again, they're pretty much established. that this is just the beginning of the story. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take a break. I'm gonna make sure that it's not as long as the last one, because dear lord, I made a whole mistake just not being able to find time. Outside sources were the reasons why I had to stop. But I love this game. I love the Ace Attorney series. I love the characters that I'm seeing walking the way right now. And I have to say, I don't want to leave this behind anytime soon. I have been a fan of this series for, what, over a decade now? And I feel very compelled to say that I want to keep going with this game later. I'm gonna leave the credits right now on the screen. Maybe I should tell you that I'm definitely picking this game back up very soon. I know that I don't have that many viewers, and I know that this could be an experience that spoils people, but if somebody later finds these videos and enjoys them, I will be very glad just at that fact. I'm so happy that you decided to follow me across this first journey out of 2. I know the rest of the series as well, as you know, and as I have explained many times. So I'm actually really happy that we finally managed to go into what I'm gonna call the lost stories. Because, to be quite fair, this first game came out in 2015. We are 6, this actually came out last year. We are 6 years late. I am 7 years late to this ending. I have to say that it was absolutely worth it. I love the system, I love the cases, I love the doubts that I was left at the end. This was a gift from me. And I mean both in the phrasing way as well as the literal way. I was given this as a gift by somebody that I care so much about. I have to say, I am so thankful. I'm so thankful that I got it. Look, it's just that I don't have the words. And I don't know what to say. This series means the world to me. It has shaped my way of thinking, it has shaped my way of reasoning. A lot of my life, at my current life point of view, comes from this series. There's a reason why I always want to understand what's going on. Or I want to understand the truth. I have things repeated to me a lot because I don't want to misunderstand something that was told to me. And again, it also brings me into issues because I end up... Oh my god, I just realized that the pose he was doing was the Skulking Brothers poses. I think that... Look, I don't know. I could go on and will never be able to fill up my feelings for this series or how much it means to me, especially not in the time of just some credits. And people have heard me talk about cases for hours. But I did not expect that a completely new set of characters in a completely new old antiquated setting would make me shed tears so much as they did. Or so much as they did during all of this. Well, I guess that's it. That's ending 1 of this duology. in the picture. Now that we have seen the credits and everything, I wonder if this is the end, or we're gonna get an after credits. Nope, that's it. Okay, instrumentals. I need something sentimental. Whoops! Apparently I have nothing. Yeah, I have nothing. Okay. To everyone that watches this in the future, considering that I right now have nothing right now, thank you. Thank you so much. This was my first full Let's Play. And I'll see you guys next time. I hope that's okay with you. The end. Whoops.